I still have hopes for Renegades. I do. A lot of the stuff I'm going to talk about today, usually we just sit here and criticize Bungie, but we're going to be nice and we're going to make a nice positive video, but I'm going to throw out some changes that you guys think would be good for the game and myself, and you know, we'll talk about what Major just said, people putting, or sorry, what Blank just said for too high of expectations. Oh, shit. Yo, what up, Cable? How you doing, bro? You don't have expectations anymore? Oh, oh. I did trust one. Hanging in there? That's what we like to hear. It's been a while since I've done this. Oh, there is no tiered exotics coming. But yeah, we'll be talking about this stuff. Well, let's wait another 30 minutes for reset. See if there's any stuff coming, and then we'll figure this out. I'm trying to remember how to do this mission real quick. Midnight asked me to do it with him real quick. I forgot. Oh, wait. Yep. Drop down the hole. Yep. Oh. Wait. I know this room.
2 years less than 3.
Aha. We go in right here. Who said that? Wait a minute. We're supposed to jump up there. Okay. Let's get a little restart here. Darky, 2 years, man. I'm on my way, Midnight. Kelsey? I'm playing with chat right now, yeah. I'm here. Should have waited. Should have waited for me. Um, Hold on. Oh, you're over here. Okay. It all makes sense now. Let me switch this real quick. There's a buff somewhere that I'm supposed to grab. Uh-huh. There's the ticket. What's up, Dino? All right, I'm here. We gotta go down here now. Uh-huh. Then we come over here. Yep. You're doing a great job there. My fellow Ohio peep, I'm doing great. Buckeyes kicks him at. Oh, no. I remember this part. We gotta shoot the fuses? Nah. Oh, man, I suck here. Oh, we're nuts. This exotic mission, I rank this one pretty high. This was a good one. Yo, Dark Bishop, thank you so much for the resub. Hopefully you're well. Are Screams chasing me? Oh, I'll take that. Yeah, Midnight asked me to run this with them real quick, so we're gaming. When this, yeah, this exotic mission is definitely high up there for sure. I was in the room, damn it. These little bastards. Oh man, I remember those. Yep. Oh, they got screams in them. They're pregnant. No. Holy shit, it's time to retire, Clyde. We're missing hammers like that. The only thing that sucked is like Dead Man's Tale wasn't really like hype. I think the mission got more hype than Dead Man's Tale, right? But this one was up there. It's just so hard to beat Whisper and Outbreak. Yeah, I was insane in PvP. Wait for me. Fuck. I'm coming. Oh. We almost got the Saustini there. I don't think they fixed the vault issue. I used to get lost here all the time. Whoa! Oh, dude, the turrets. Turrets are going to be spawning in this room. I only got to pull the switch up here. Okay, I remember. And there's going to be a turret down here. Blast him. Shoot that fuse. And And then you come back here for something. Aha. Then we go drop down. Oh, now Screebs just come get us. We go straight. Go left. Okay. Okay. We come over here. And there's a big guy in here. Was a big guy in here. Yeah, the Jets are stinking it up. Fields is a good quarterback. He just doesn't have good coaching. Yo, Grand, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome, welcome. Appreciate you helping us today with our goal. Can you still do the skip in this? Oh. I didn't make it. See, what had happened was they put some butter there. And I slipped off the map. J Moods, thanks for the resub, brother. Where the fuck did it spawn me? Oh. All right, so you do this. Yeah, I want the flag. Oh. Okay. My game audio is muted? What? It took that long to tell me that it was muted? No one told me? Jesus! Wow, chat. We should be good now. You guys got game sound? I messed with the levels yesterday because I was recording some stuff, so let me know if I need to turn it up or turn it down. How will D2 be saved? I don't know. We're going to talk about that. Just trying to finish this mission. I don't have a getaway artist build up, but after I finish this mission, I can give you my build link. Is it time? We hit this yet?
Keep doing good work, Clyde.
Yo, coin, thank you. Excuse me. Can I push? Holy shit. Oh! GG. Hopefully he gets his SMG that he wanted.
I believe I found a record of first contact with this voice. It says,
Oh, thanks again, Coin, for the resub. Appreciate you.
Omson, scribe of Glycon, rejoice. The scorn are one, rejoice. They bear the weight of the crown elegantly, rejoice. They whisper anticipation, rejoice. Our emperor hears the voice of salvation, rejoice. Sycophants.
Get a roll? Yo, Raz, thank you for the 37. Thanks for the run. Ah, you're good. GG. The hell is this scout rifle? Looks pretty good. But it's a 180. I guess we can keep it for shoot to loot. All right. Yeah, we're just waiting for a reset in 15 minutes just so I can see what the focus gear is going to be. And then we're going to start talking about stuff that can be implemented into the game, changes that would help save the game. Just because I got some good ideas. And I want to see if chat's got some good ideas. How do I save this link? Copy link. Okay. What else can we do? Yeah, well, gear sets is definitely something I'm going to add in there and talk about for sure. Been playing Destiny Rising for PvE fix. Unfortunate that has a gotcha system. What a waste of a decent game. I mean, technically, you don't need to spend any money in Destiny Rising. It's just how patient are you, Because I know when I was playing it, a lot of people from chat, they were free to play players, and they had more than I did. So I don't know how the end factor is when you're trying to get the 60,000, or more. But starting off, no. All right, you wanted the Warlock Juicer build, the getaway artist. Obviously, weapons are up to you. Do you want the triple buddy build or you want the devour build? You gotta let me know about that one because I have to switch fragments. Was it you, Wolf? You wanted the devour one? Okay. So the devour one, you're going now. I do want to point out that you do not need Bleak Watcher on for high end game content, or sorry, low end game content. But for the harder stuff, you should definitely, if you're not going to run the triple, you should put on like Devour with Bleak Watcher in like the harder stuff. But 90% of the game, you can just run this. And then this fragment is what jolts for your arc bolt buddies. And then you would pop courage. You would melee with arcane needle to proc courage for your super. Protection never comes off. And then you have your slot here. This is like your flexible fragment. So you can run hope for Phoenix Dive. You can run sacrifice. So you build up transcendent energy. Or you can do there's another one. Balance or awakening. Awakening is just for like more charges. So I like awakening. It was pretty good just because it makes a whole bunch of elemental pickups. So it's kind of just up to you. So the last fragment, totally up to you. So just type !build right now and it'll spit out the link. You should definitely focus on 200 grenade. You don't need more than double ashes. But 2 is minimum. 2 is definitely the minimum. And then the reason why I have triple firepower on is because this goes with your buddies. So this works with getaway artists, and this works with your turrets. So if you have triple firepower on, sorry, every single second, your buddies can make orbs. The more orbs you pick up, the faster you get your super, and the faster you just clear shit. So hopefully that helps you out. I don't know if the buddies like Hellion and Stormnades proc volatile rounds. I think if you're gonna rock volatile rounds, you would do the void build, like the controverse hold. You know, this build's pretty fucking crazy with the Axions. This build makes sense to run a void weapon, you know, because you have this. So, but I actually think they do on the prismatic. You could proc the volatile rounds because it's really up to you. Hopefully that helps you out. No, I have not tried Arc Warlock yet. It does seem like it would be busted with the new changes for sure. Just sucks because the super's like kind of, you know, it's kind of. It's so like the reason why no one really takes off Prismatic Warlock. One, it's one of the easiest class to get elemental honing, so your weapon always has ×4, ×5, which is just disgusting. And two, having the choice between all these supers on the Warlock is pretty disgusting. Triple melee, the aspects, it's like so good it's hard to take off, you know. But I feel like Warlock could do some shit on Arc. I forgot the tweet. Hold on. Mm-mm-mm. All right, we got about 7 minutes till we see what reset's gonna bring us, and then we'll start talking. We'll make a list. Make a new list about changes that we want. What about the epic raid? That is true, D3. It's hard to max out a character. Yeah, I don't mind the epic raid. It's just the replayability is just not there. You know, I mean, we've been doing our weekly 5 feet normal raids every week, but I didn't do my 3 feet epic raid this week. It just, the replayability is just not there. Well, your first epic raid for the week has a chance to drop tier 5s. You're saying it just should? Like it should just guarantee it? That's what that's what Shim was talking about the other day in chat last week. There's this weird thing that goes on that if you do normal first, you get better epic loot. You know? And a lot of people don't even know about that. If I lose in trials and get tier 5, why wouldn't I get tier 5s in raids? That's a really good point. PvP players do have it easy. I mean, the fact that PvP players can just go play all these games and get tier 5s no matter what. I mean, all you have to do is just not be a Barney, literally just go in there and, get a few kills and you'll get a high enough rating to get tier 5s. I agree. And then people see how much work you have to do to get tier 5s from this, and they're not feeling it. That's why a lot of PvP players were so high in power level, because they just took advantage of the system. Dad of 7 crazies. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This guy's got 7 crazy kids, but they're all beautiful. Thank you for the 37 months. Appreciate you, bud. Have I used the new axe yet? I have. I think it's cool. It's not as strong as we wanted it to be. I think this weapon needed to be a little bit stronger. More on the damage side, I think in ultimate content, if you stun a champion and run up on him with this, you should 3-4 hit him. You should be able to just cook him. The damage was just a little bit shisty, so it was an overhyped weapon. They overhyped it. The mission was decent, but it was just Spire the Watcher, assets. I feel like the final boss could have been chunked up. It's like something was missing. Like when we beat the final boss in this mission, we thought something else was going to happen, and it didn't. So you can't really penalize him you could, but it sounds like a broken record if we just keep shaming him for the mission. But I feel like it could have made up for it if the weapon was a little bit stronger, Because currently right now, there's only a set stone of so many, heavies in the game that we're using in this current meta, it's hard to take off your attrition sword, this sword with eager edge attrition. It's nice. It works with avant-garde. This new rocket is good. You got Legend of Acreus, Tractor, crossbow was good until they, fixed it. Finality's Augur, Thunderlord. I mean, that's it. Like, there's not a lot of choices of heavies, Yeah, how does that go, Shim, for the raid loot? You do the normal first, and then your epic loot's better or something? The shame is the mission wasn't even ready. Yeah. Fuck it. Let's go live on the TikTok. 1 minute till reset. Oh, I got it, Shim. Okay. Man, I missed you guys, though. It's kind of weird to take 2 days off. I'm not going to lie. Like, I even told my family and, like, friends, and they're like, wait a minute, you took 2 days off in a row? Are you okay? I'm like, well. All right. What we get here? Solo ops. Drang. I mean, sure. If you want it drang. Like, take the bike out? No. Oh, boy. There you go. If you guys need a God Roll rocket launcher, it's in Cabal's watch. Good thing I don't need that. Battleground for smoke jumper helmet. We could do onslaught for Bushido boots. All right, that works for me. We could just make the video now. All right, let's get this working. All right. So how do we want to start this? Trying to figure out how I want to format this video. I mean, we could just go over the whole thing. You know? Could just go over the whole thing. Oh, I have to put this in chat real quick. Let me see if it'll let me. I should be able to just copy paste this. All right. I don't know if I want to do a notepad format or I just to do this. I'd rather just like free flow it than like writing the ideas down, you know? I could just do this. I'll literally just take your ideas from chat. That's literally what I'm gonna do. Like if I see you guys typing some good shit, I'll just bring it up. That'll be the best way to do it. All right, sound good? All right. I think we're good. We should be fine. Let's hit a marker. Start video. We know that I spelled start wrong because I fat fingered it, but that's okay. All right, here we go. For anyone that's just tuning in, we're going to be going over changes that could help save Destiny 2. Again, this is not going to be a negative video. This is just me being positive, pouring out some changes. I never really give my thoughts on stuff because I always like try and like speak up on what the community says. But this time, I'm going to mix it both. I'm going to suggest some stuff. I'm going to read some stuff while you guys are typing in chat and bring that up and kind of just, so if I get to a topic where I'm talking about rating or I'm talking about some other stuff, if you see that I'm talking about something that interests you, like the loot or the portal, or, just sound off and I'll try and read as best I can. All right, gamers, it's time to talk. Now, this is going to be a pretty much positive video. I'm just going to be going over some stuff that I think could help with the changes in Destiny 2, how to revive the game again, because I don't know if you guys have seen the player-based charts. Please show that, committee. They're worse than Curse of Osiris. We never thought that we could get to this point. I think Bungie definitely needs to listen to the community about stuff and then maybe not listen to the community about some stuff, because we're in trouble. And the way that Renegades is coming, we're not saying it's going to be, a low player count. We're not thinking that Renegades is going to save the game. We're kind of just like worried, like, what can they do to possibly change this bad cycle that they have going on in the game? So I just want to go over some stuff in the game that I have troubles with and the community has troubles with. And maybe just, I'm not going to throw the best ideas out here, okay? Obviously, I can't sit here and be the voice of reason and give you guys, oh my God, just scrap this and we want D3. Would D3 save the game? We don't know. Could Bungie go dark for a year and a half and just say, hey, give us time and we'll fix it? I don't think they can afford to do that. So we're kind of just put in a weird scenario. So let's rip the Band-Aid off and let's fix Destiny 2 maybe. So first, it just hit daily reset, and we have Portal, okay? So when you open this up and you see that there is 6 solo ops here, is that enough? I don't think so. But there's only one giving focused loot. To me, that's a problem. Now, I know you're like, Clyde, well, you could go get smoke jumper gauntlets from Quick Play Master. We don't want to do Quick Play playlists. We don't. So chat, we'd like to show you Exhibit A. This is a breakfast sandwich in the air fryer that Lana loves making now. You just put the egg, the bacon, the cheese on the keto toast, and she just cooks it for 12 minutes, and it comes out like this magical piece of food here. It's great. It's great. I'll read those messages in a second. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I think with being able to look at that solo ops playlist, it doesn't really entice me. And then I come over here to Cabal's Watch. We know that Cabal's Watch with Reclaim is one of the fastest ways to level up. And it does drop this rocket launcher, which is fantastic. But again, it's like, this is the only thing. If you scroll down, you're like, oh, Battleground Foothold. You don't want to go do Battleground Foothold. Sure, maybe do it once, get yourself a smoke jumper, but you're not farming it. And then you scroll down here and it's just so empty. Same thing with the Pinnacle Ops playlist. You know, who wants to go do Midtown for Bushido boots? Nobody, you know. And these just, Galron's a good farm. I'm not going to lie. You could do this in 4 minutes. But again, it's like, we need the focused loot. And that's what brings me to my first topic here. I did mess up, by the way. After I talk about this committee, you're going to have to go do something before this. So I did mess up. Let me just finish this part. I do think that we could bring a focused loot. Now, again, we can't just hand this out. You should be able to click on any playlist you want, and you should be able to target farm. Take, for example, if you go to Kepler right now, which, again, this was added as a new destination, and we're barely there unless we're down here in the loot farm or the loot cave. But if you go talk to the vendor on Kepler, you're able to focused farm your loot. Committees show that. So being able to focus farm your loot on Kepler, being able to focus farm our loot in Solstice, and being able to kind of focus farm in other activities, but like this half of the game you could focus farm and this you can't. Even in the raid now, if you complete the raid quest, you can focus farm. But again, to do that, unlocking all the quests is kind of a pain to do. But I do feel like Bungie's on a good state there, like a good idea, because we need to be able to focus our loot. If we love playing Cabal's Watch, we should be able to select what loot we're getting from there. If you're a solo gamer and you just want to go grind the solo ops, you should be able to pick your loot. If you want to go play with your friends and go Tractor Cannon, Acreus, Galron, you should be able to focus your loot because your time is being rewarded. Now, we know that the portal system isn't the best. And we know that everybody wants the world to come back and they want to be able to just go focus farm whatever they want. But with me, I don't. I really don't want to go do Vault of Glass for the 8th time and go get a Fate Bringer. I don't. Now, I do believe that you should be able to go do these activities for power if there was a power level grind. You should be able to go do them for loot, but being able to just have them activate drops on all this old stuff is not the answer. It's just not. But when they added the portal, it kind of took 80% of the game out, and that's what kind of made the community kind of panic. We're just like, oh my God, all this stuff doesn't matter no more. Remember, they killed the colors of this, and they kind of just forced the portal on us. I do feel like the portal is a good addition to the game, but it was just bad on delivery. They brought it in and forced it just to force us to grind the portal, player retention. They wanted you to put so many hours in the game. They wanted you to grind all this. They wanted you to grind to 450. They wanted you to grind to 550. And now they just released that they don't want to bump the power level. So pretty much all the people that put in all that work to grind their power level high, it's kind of just like, man, sure, you guys got the tier 5s first, but you really weren't rewarded for going that high. So again, it's so hard to correct the portal problem. I honestly don't know how they fix this, but I do think one way to do this would be to be able to open up more of the multipliers like the portal system on the rest of the game so that people can play the game however they want. But I do want to point out, if you're able to go farm Vault of Glass for power, okay, or whatever, aren't you just going to go sit at Templar and do 2-minute kills like you do in K1 and Caldera? It's kind of the same thing. So to me, I feel like I'm gonna be offering a better end game idea when I get to that point, but we need to make the raids feel important because people just aren't doing end game right now at all. They're not gaming. They're not doing Desert Perpetual. They're not doing the old raids because people just feel like there's no point to do them. Before I move on, I want to talk about this. This goes in the beginning before I talk about the first topic of the portal. This is the link. I'm going to send this to if committee's in chat, he can copy that. If not, we'll get it to him. I feel like it's time we need one of these right here. If you guys don't know, Joe Blackburn, I feel like it's time we need one of these right now. If you guys don't know what this is Joe Blackburn pretty much coming on and talking to the community for 15 minutes and kind of just pouring his, ideas out and feelings about how the game needs to change. And since we don't have stuff like this right now, the community just feels like they're being left. Honestly, I've heard a lot of creators talk about this, saying, why is Bungie trying to kill their game? We cannot figure it out. We literally feel like they're trying to kill Destiny 2 for no reason. We can't figure it out. Is it Marathon? Is it Panic? I just don't know. But, with the Panic changes that you're doing for Renegades and Future, it kind of just doesn't feel right. So hopefully they can give the community some closure. So put that in the beginning before I start talking about the portal. Second topic I'd like to touch on is portal loot and tier 5 stuff. Like I said, with the changes coming up in Renegades, your power level is not going to go above 550 as it sits right now. We don't know if they're going to bump it up, but they did say that they're not going to pull us down. So you will not be getting reset to 200 or 300 or whatever they thought it was going to be. So everyone's like cheering and they're like, hey, we're just going to be at 550, or they might bump it up a little bit. They haven't really said anything. And then they talked about the unstable cores, which I don't even have to talk about this a lot. This is Legendary Shards 2.0. Unstable cores need to go. Yeah, it's terrible. It's a terrible system. Way too expensive. Just chalk it. just get it out. Okay? We don't need that. But yeah, let's talk about loot, because I think loot is a big factor in the game right now. We just said this when I started stream today. What's the point of going to do a raid that requires you to put 3 feats on? So if you do token limit and you do phase limit and then you do Banes, this puts you at a this puts you at a 3 feet normal raid. You could do this on Epic, and you're guaranteed to buy a tier 5 at the end with a chance to get tier 5s. So if you look at these 3 modifiers, most of the teams can't do this. You would think, man, Clyde, that's a really easy 3 feet normal. Dude, the community ain't raiding. They're struggling for that. So to even do this, you need a competent team. Most people don't like using comms. And to do this on Epic is definitely challenging. A 3 feet Epic is kind of challenging. But hear me out. You could just go in PvP and lose games, barely play the game, and get tier 5s. All you have to do is make sure your power level's high enough with your Guardian rank. And you can just lose and get spoiled with loot. And then you could come over here and do a solo ops like K1 and take 2.5, 3 minutes and get tier 5 loot. You can join up on fire teams and do Cabal's Watch and get 3 completion rewards in 7 minutes or less. You see where I'm going with this? What is the point to do the harder stuff in the game if the easier stuff is strictly to make it easy for you? Like, hey, go do this easy stuff, get all the loot you want. It's not a big deal. Because if you guys start talking about, well, Clyde, you need perfect sets. Look at the build that you're showing on screen right now. You got 2-piece ion, 2-piece smoke jumper. Yes, this is a day one build. This is definitely, hold on a second. Now you guys are probably like, Clyde, I see you got a 2-piece ion adapter, a 2-piece smoke jumper. Yes, this is one of the best sets to use for PvE in day one raids. Now I do have 200 super and I have 173 weapons. Yes, I would use these stats in a day one raid because, again, the highest super you can, the highest weapons you can with achieving good DPS is your ticket to beating a day one raid. But again, look at the numbers. There's only 10% of the community or less that cares about that kind of stuff. So they're not encouraged to go do that. I do want to point out, even to farm this set, you can go sit in the loot cave and just kill ads, and about every 2 minutes, you're easily getting drops. So once the community starts figuring that stuff out, they know that there's easy stuff to do in the game. There's no reason for them to go do any of the hard stuff. So how can we make Endgame worth it? Because that's kind of what Destiny 2 was already about. Like, you always had to do Endgame to achieve something, in my opinion. Like, you always had, oh, the raid weapons are good, or the raid exotic, or this or that. Like, there was always something. And this is where the grind should have to come in. I think in every raid, again, don't freak out on the messenger here, but I think adding more purpose to these armor sets. You know, first off, the fact that you can't get a tier 5 exotic not until next year. They've already said that they're not going to let you go higher in your exotics right now that you can achieve until the end of Year of Prophecy. That means July, August. So you're not going to be able to get a higher than a tier 2. I think a 62 or a 63 stat is the highest exotic you can get in the game right now. That's a throw. That maybe the idea wasn't ready, but that needs to change because that's hurting people's builds 100%. This is a Cuirass that I got before Edge of Fate, and that's why I have so much weapons and super and grenade on it, which is nice, but you can't get this no more. You know, I mean, your exotics look like this. This is 1 point off of max Worm Gods. This is 29 super. I should have had 30, but I missed it by 1. So again, big difference there. So what I think is it'd be cool if we were able to get mythic sets. Now I know you guys are like, Clyde, you're talking about Destiny Rise and mythic sets and exotics. I am. You know, what if you grinded Endgame and you were doing raids? Okay, it doesn't matter what raid you do in the game. It could be anything, because remember, we already pitched an idea that everything should matter in the game. If you go do Vault of Glass or you do Crota because you and your crew love doing that raid, there could be a rare item that drops in the end. And that's where you start to get your higher armor. You could unlock in trials. You could unlock in your first conquests, you know, because we all know that when you replay these conquests, they're really bad with loot. Like, they made them like not worth it. But your first time completing conquests, you could farm the raids, you could farm trials, and if you get these certain drops, like we'll just call it a Ascendant Alloy for mythic armor, you could start to get these drops. You could unlock a rare armor set that you could go start unlocking. Like, you could go to the tower, you can go talk to Banshee, you can hand in the rare item you got, and let's say you got to delete, I don't know, 10 to 15 tier 5 armor pieces to start crafting stuff. You know, more of like, you guys see where I'm going with this? Being able to craft a mythic set. And this won't be easy to do. It might take you a week just to craft one piece, and you might be able to get a mythic pair of smoke jumpers, but guess what? They got some cool perk on them. Like, there needs to be something desirable to keep playing. It can't just be these 2-piece and 4-piece sets. Now, we knew that they weren't going to be that good. We knew right off the rip, we're like, hey, everybody, Bungie's bringing these new armor sets in the game. They're trying to focus on 2-piece, 4-piece. I don't know about you guys, but I didn't pay attention to them one bit with the perks that they came. I just got this perk set because I was bored. But the main thing is being able to see 100 stat on a perfect set. That's what people cared about. Their stats. That's all you care about is how can you get the best stats. It's like how I use on my Worm Gods. I have 200 melee, and if I put 3 fonts on my helmet, I have 200 super. I used this build, not a single. I didn't even care about what the helmet was, the chest, the boots as a class item. I used this all the way to 450 and all the way to 500. I never had to change a single mod. I just bonked everything, And now we're running into that issue with nothing desirable to get, because when we go into Renegades, everyone's just going to be like, well, Clyde, there's no power level grind. Now, again, I'm all for that. You guys are probably like, well, we don't have to power level grind, so we're good. That's okay. But if Bungie's just going to, again, this is just me assuming stuff. If Bungie just gives us tier 5 stuff, when you get a tier 5 weapon, okay, you don't even have to worry about all these perks. With this mint, you worry about these 3 perks. That's it. So if we just get all tier 5 loot in Renegades, people are just going to get what they need, and they're going to put the game down. So there needs to be more desirable loot besides just getting tier 5 stuff. Or in Renegades, if they're like, hey, we're not bumping the power level up, max level's 550, you need to go do new activities on the new Renegades social space. You need to go do activities in Renegades, player activity, or the campaign. Like, you need to work at something to unlock tier 5s. I really don't think that they should just give you tier 5s right off the bat. I think they should do that with trials. I think they should do that with PvE. There should be, there could be a vendor. There literally could be a vendor. You can go to the tower, and there's a PvE vendor, and there's a PvP vendor, and then that new Gambit game mode that they're bringing, there could be a vendor for that. Once you max the vendor out, which you guys know, if you're a PvE player, to max a vendor out will take you just a few days. Same thing with PvP. Going 0 to max points is not hard to do. And even with this new campaign mode, or the Gambit mode, ranking the system up all the way is fine. Once you max them out, you unlock focused gear. So if you come into chat and you go, hey man, how did you unlock focus gear? How are you playing Renegades, and how are you focusing the gear that you want to get? Well, hey, Jimmy, it's really easy. Just rank this person up. There needs to be like there needs to be a standard for that. Something, because I feel like there's too much loot in the game right now that people are seeing like, hey, I want this, and I want this, and I want this. But then they realize it's not worth it, because they want you to run the same old content, the same old infinite loop of doing, I don't know if you guys know this, but with Festival of the Lost coming, we're going to be doing a 6-player activity that is on the moon, and it's going to be 6-player Altars of Sorrow. Again, we haven't played it yet, so we can't judge it, but it's supposed to be designed like Altars of Sorrow for the Halloween event. And there's supposed to be upgrades like Onslaught, so you can like buy turrets and buy other stuff. Again, we don't know how much to believe. We don't know if the data miners are real, but we've seen the promo posters. The promo posters literally said 6-player activity, so Altars of Sorrow. So, the info's there. But again, it's like, we just recently discovered this. I don't know if you guys know this. Once you hit Guardian rank 11 and you're 550, all the events recently in the Arms Week, if I go talk to the shooting range right now and I talk to the vendor, since I'm Guardian rank 9 and I'm only about power level 530, my vendor engrams are tier 4. But we just discovered this week that if you're 550 and you're Guardian rank 11, you can get tier 5 engrams. You literally get tier 5 everything. So I don't know if they're going to keep that kind of system going into Renegades, but again, there just needs to be a loot chase, but also there needs to be a reason to keep playing. Because like that's the number one thing that we keep running into right now is people keep asking, well, what's the point of playing? I mean, dude, I literally played heavy metal and I got this first try because I'm able to get tier 5s to drop. You get 3 perks in each column. It's very easy for you to get a role that you're desiring. You don't need to get 6 perks perfect. Just get what you want and call it a day. Some people think that like, oh, you need to have the perfect role. No, you don't. And that's what I'm scared that Bungie's going to run into. Because again, I'm not trying to assume things right now, but with all the stuff that they've laid on the table that's coming in, the next couple weeks, there's an update coming on Tuesday with the portal changes. I don't know if you guys know this, but all your, all the drops in every activity are going to matter. So every single bonus drop that you have in each playlist is going to be powerful for you and bump you up. This is a really good idea, but it should have been implemented into the game a long time ago because it would have taken out some of the chores and it would have forced us to do different activities and not just sit in the same one. So again, if the community, which it seems like the community does not want the power grind. It seems like that's what everybody wants. They want to stay away from the power grind. That's okay. I'm with you. You don't want a power grind. You don't want to feel like you got to do chores. That's okay. But what else are we supposed to do? Like if we just snap our fingers in today's game, as the game sits right now, and you don't have the power level anymore, what are you going to do? You're going to go try and farm the stuff that you're missing, right? And that's the pain you're going to run into because you can't target farm it, or there's too much RNG, or you feel like it's not worth it. You don't want to go do the raid and do a 3 feet or a 5 feet when you can just go into trials and just try and play your best and still get tier 5s to drop. That's the problem we're going to run into. And before Edge of Fate launched back, a year or two ago, remember when power level didn't go up? Power level didn't go up, and people would sign in and go, Clyde, this is the new season. Something just started. What are you doing today? And I'm like, oh, well, there's this new activity, and I'm going to farm this new gear that dropped and these new weapons. And they go, I already did that. What else can we do? I'm like, well, nothing really. And they're like, wow, second day of the DLC and I'm bored. This sucks. It's not the community's fault there. It's just how the game is structured because we're lacking the content. We don't want to keep reusing content. We don't want to keep doing the old stuff. And for some reason, people in the community want to. I see the comments on videos. People want this old stuff in the game. People are crying on Twitter like, let us play whatever activity we want in the game and let us play old stuff. The community really wants to go and do Vault of Glass again and get some tier 5 raid armor and some fate bringers that are tier 5. That is terrible. That is not the answer. But again, level grinding isn't content either. So there has to be something. I don't even know how to fix this. This is where I'm stumped. Like, what could Bungie possibly give us to do if they smoke the portal? Because remember, the portals, everyone keeps pointing to the portal. It's the portal's fault. I don't think they should get rid of the portal. I think they should just make it better because I do feel like the portal has some hope. But let's just say we go back to this. What do you do here? Like, what honestly would you put here to make it worth your while to go do these old activities? There's only one answer in my mind, and that's being able to focus loot. So if you're an enjoyer and you want to go do trying to say this better. But I feel like I'm just going to re-say that sentence. I feel like the only way to save this would be being able to focus your loot, being able to go somewhere, telling the game what you want to drop, and then you play the game however you want. Because you got to remember, that's what they said. They said, play the game however you want, play the game your way. So again, if you want to go do old stuff, I still think the same problem would happen because people would just be like, well, Clyde, I just unlocked focusing gear. I really like this new weapon. And then you ask them what activity they're doing, and they're just going to go do the fastest activity they can in the game to get the best loot. So that's going to be the same thing. But if that would make the community happy to be able to do whatever they want in the game and get whatever loot they want, that's okay. Whatever makes the community happy, you would have options. And right now we feel like we don't have options. Okay. PvP, I'm just gonna like slowly touch on this because you guys know if you're a PvP player and you play Destiny, you're screwed. I mean, dude, the cheaters are going away, you know, because people just don't care anymore. But the loot just isn't worth it. But again, PvP players do get rewarded for being high power level in trials and also just playing quick play matches. I mean, you could just go in to a normal PvP match and get spoiled with tier 5 loot. But again, to me, you know, the PvP sets just aren't worth it. You know, now don't get me wrong. If you want to be a Sweat, you want to be like the Fizzle, you want to be like Lanza and ZK and Frost, and you want to get your perfect builds with the highest health possible, the highest grenade, the highest super, and you want the 2-piece here and the 2-piece here. Hey, you should go for that because honestly, it should give you an edge when you're playing PvP. But again, it's just like the PvE community. There's only a small percent of players that are going for the perfect build. They don't care. But I do feel like loot's there. PvP players, if you enjoy PvP, you can get faster loot than any PvE gamer. You could, because you could just 6-stack and just mercy people and just destroy stuff. And like, I just don't know how they're gonna fix PvP. So I don't know what to tell you there. The new Gambit mode that's coming, we'll see how the community feels about that one. I hope it's good. I really do hope it's good. But I really want to focus on the loop of the game right now and why people want to play. Going back to conquests, I don't know if you guys know about this one, but you know, this is terrible. I think less than 500 people in the world have beaten this right now because again, people aren't high enough to go that high. But when they do, you get stuck with pain and suffering. You can't die in this whole run. If you do, your teammates have to solo without you. It's terrible. And again, you don't need this for the Conqueror, but you know, people want to do this stuff. You know, people want to do these and see what they are because these are what replaced GMs. I think you scrap these. You know, I don't really like saying that word, but I feel like you get rid of these and you bring back GMs. It's that simple. Just revert the switch, go back to GM node, call it a day. You tried something different, but this ain't it. You know, yeah, we're running into a big problem right now with leveling up our tier 5 gear. Enhancement prisms are a real big problem in the game right now. Shards are easy to get because if you're playing fire team ops, solo ops, or pinnacle ops, these do drop. But the fact that you need 15 of these per tier 5 armor piece is a pain because currently right now you can only get 3 per run. So I tested this out on stream. If you run Galron, if you run this takes about 4 minutes, 5 minutes, even faster. You get 3 enhancement prisms per run. So you have to do about 25 minutes to 30 minutes of gameplay to get enough materials to masterwork one tier 5 piece of gear. But honestly, most people's loot in tier 5 gear is looking like this. I wanted to put together this new stasis build that was doing crazy damage. I didn't have the materials to masterwork this stuff, so I just left it unmasterworked. And I'm sure a lot of people in the community, their armor looks like that too. So again, it wraps us around to the problem of being too expensive. You know, not everybody's got Fort Knox here with enhancement cores. I feel like it's a huge choke point. You're just stopping people from hitting that end game desire because they know, like, man, I was so excited when Solstice dropped and I got my tier 5 armor and I got that first drop. I was like, whoo, all right, I get it now. Because I didn't know how excited I was going to be. But now that I'm chasing it, and now I'm trying to clear out my vault. My goal is to go into Renegades with a sub 300 vault. If you're wondering how I'm going to do that, it's really simple. Just make all my builds for PvE and delete all the rest of the gear. Delete all your exotics out of your vault that you don't use. Delete all your crafted weapons you don't use. I have about 150 weapons. I'm going to have about 150 armor pieces as well. I'm down to 19 class items. I got rid of them all because they were killing my vault. So again, you don't have to do this, but my OCD is kicking in and I got to clear my stuff up. So we all know what's going to happen in Renegades. They're going to try and, you know, give us new armor sets to grind for, and hopefully they're going to be better because we really didn't expect that the armor sets and everything that they released in Edge of Fate to be perfect, right? Well, I called this. I literally said before Edge of Fate launched, I said, hey, Bungie's looking to do new changes. They're looking to change their game. We got to deal with it. And they swing and a miss, you know, swing and a miss, but it's okay. It's not a big deal. Okay. It happens. You got to make changes. But the problem is right now, I feel like they don't care. I feel like they don't care. And I feel like a lot of the community feels that way too. You know, DMG can only go on Twitter so much and talk about it. These TWIDs, these weekly articles and these tweets that they're doing is not enough. It's time for them to speak up and just be like, hey, you know, we need to do something. And, you know, I'm not trying to be rude here, but where are they getting these ideas from? The ideas that they've been implementing in the game recently? Who is saying that? Like, who is offering these terrible ideas? Because now there is some good quality of life stuff coming. We got some more vault space. You got more armor sets. Renegades is going to bring a new dungeon. It's going to bring some cool stuff. But we're talking about right now, the changes that they're making on October 14th, like I said, they needed to be implemented into the game earlier. The portal system, right when Edge of Fate came out, okay? Like, and I know you guys are going to be like, well, Clyde, you know, everything can't be perfect. Right when Edge of Fate came out, the first week, what happened? Let's go down memory lane. Everybody speed ran the campaign. They turned into their little Sonic ball, the little Pokeball, and they went right to here. And what did Bungie do? They said, we don't like the power progression. We don't like how you're fast leveling. We're going to take away Grappler. We're going to disable Encore. So only the small amount of community that got to do Encore got rewarded. The people that didn't get that far because they got jobs and they can't play video games all day, they missed out. So there's your system crippled in the first 2 weeks because your community is divided. Some people are ahead and some people are behind. As soon as Bungie realized that there was a problem in the portal, they should have made every single bonus drop matter. Every single bonus drop should have buffed you up. But again, they said power progression was a problem, but if you looked at how you were leveling, you got +4s till you were 200, +3s started at 300, and then when you got the 400, nothing. You had to prime engram farm from 400 to 450. They designed a system to slow you down the higher you got. You didn't get rewarded. What if going from 200 to 300 was cool, but then when you hit 350, you could unlock a certain tier or unlock a certain focus, or, you know, that goes back to the loop of focusing your gear, hitting a certain power level and being rewarded. Now, Bungie recently showed in an article, I'm sorry, committee, you're going to have to find it. It was in a twid or a tweet. They were saying in Renegades, if you hit, you know, a certain power level, you could go and do the easier stuff. Like you could go back from Ultimate and go do Grandmaster or Master content. I don't know about you guys, but when you're hitting like where I'm at right now, the 530s and the 550s, most of your builds are complete. You don't need anything. You're just getting picky and you're like, man, my mark has got super tuning tier 5. I need grenades, so I'm going to go farm for that. You don't need it. Your build's fine. You don't need it. It's you want it. And you're just trying to find something to do. The more you play in the game, the more you progress. And again, in Renegades that we're not going up in power level, which we don't know about, there could just be a vendor rank system. And I know we hate that. I know you're going to be like, well, Clyde, that's the old system. But they could just tell you, hey, rank this vendor up all the way. You unlock focusing, rank it up again, you get something else. There's just something implemented in the game that's saying you get rewarded for playing. And if you don't want to do it, you don't have to. Because a lot of people are saying that right now. They're like, well, what's the point in doing it? All of you are saying that. What's the point, Clyde? Why should I keep playing Destiny 2? Why do I need this weapon? Well, first off, if you missed out on this weapon, you messed up. That's a big bozo moment, okay? Do you need this sword? No, you don't need it. It's just nice because it goes against avant-garde and it has attrition orbs. It's nice. When you're on a melee build or you're on a certain build that you need orbs, you know, like Hunter, where you're able to just pick up an orb and get woven mail, it's great, but you don't need it. This thing you put mint on, you put year tide, you win. You beat the game, everything dies. You know, and if you don't have mint, a lot of people are just running this. This thing's busted too. Well, Is Bungie really going to let us use these rocket pulse rifles and renegades? Probably not. We can't talk about the new player experience. It's terrible. It's one of the worst experiences you could ever focus. Returning to this game isn't so bad, but a new player experience, I mean, we all know. We all know it's bad, and there's no way to fix that. But I don't understand how we go from always wanting to play with our friends. I mean, look at what we did before Edge of Fate. We were grinding for Edge of Fate. We were grinding dungeons. We were grinding GMs. We were stacking up golf balls. We were stacking up illegal armor. Everyone was playing together. And then Edge of Fate comes out and it just goes, well, see you guys in the mines. You know, everybody's doing the portal and everyone's sitting in solo ops doing Caldera and K1. And then when you go to play with your friends, you would join up on them and realize that your modifiers were higher or lower than theirs. So one person was getting loot, one person wasn't, and it was just a terrible system. So everybody went from playing by themselves. And now the big problem is most of you don't have your crew around no more. You don't have your clanmates. You don't have nothing. Okay? And I can tell you right now, if that was me, if I was put in a situation where I wasn't a content creator and I had to play this game solo, I wouldn't play it no more. This is not a solo game. It's fun to play with your friends and do raids and have raid night. Even if you're doing raids once a week or once every 2 weeks, you're still playing with your homies. Everyone's getting excited. And you don't even have to play Destiny 2 together. You could sit in Discord and you can bullshit and watch. You know, it's Sunday football going on right now. You guys can watch football together, drink beers, and talk shit. But you're still building the chemistry with your friends. But people just don't want to do that. They want to sign on. They want to do LFG, no comms, and they want to get their loot. And if they can't get it, they come into a streamer's chat. They come into a streamer's video. They go on Twitter and they sound off and they go, this game stinks. I can't get my loot. How is that Bungie's fault? No. People don't want to put in the work for the loot. They don't want to do it. They don't want to do the raid. They don't want to learn mechanics. They join up on a raid and they're typical Titan coming in, hey man, I'm good to go. I don't know any mechanics, but I'm Ad Clear Joe and I'm ready to go. Got Skull for it. I'll take care of you guys. Don't worry. Guardian down. Well, see, what had happened was I loadout swapped and I put the wrong weapon on. That won't happen again. I thought you just said you didn't need weapons. You were just an Ad Clear guy. Well, yeah, you see, my finger slipped. It won't happen again. That's the problem. Okay, go back to Pantheon. Pantheon was one of the hardest PvE endgame content to do with the community, and no one wanted to do mechanics. And guess what we did? We'd tell them, hey, you're gonna do mechanics. You want that? You want that title? You want to rep that, saying you beat all the Pantheon? Yeah, you're going to do mechanics here. You're going to earn it. And a lot of people will say that Pantheon was just Clyde, it was just old content. They're probably going to bring it back again. They did Into the Light. Pantheon was a success. They did Rite of the Nine. The dungeons were kind of mid. In March, they're probably going to bring back Pantheon 2.0. And it would be a very good idea if they brought back the old raid layers and Leviathan. And I know you guys are going to scald me in the comments and be like, well, Clyde, that's old content. I mean, what else are they supposed to do? It's some sort of hype. Should they have brought back Wrath of the Machine? 100%. They threw. But it's too little, too late. So I think that's where everybody keeps going on to the Destiny 3 story, And I know I didn't cover all the problems in this Yap video. There's more problems, the loot, and the portal. I can't stress it enough. The biggest thing of why I didn't have to cover a lot of stuffs in this video is because when you're playing Destiny over the years, there was always a reason why you were playing. What were you grinding for? Some of you might just have fun and you didn't care what you were farming for. But a lot of you, when you turn the game on, you'd be like, I want to go farm for a Fatebringer. I want to go farm for an Imago Loop. I want to go farm for raid weapons and unlock the red borders. I want to go, get a mint. By the way, where's the prismatic add-ons, by the way? The fact that we haven't had a single prismatic add-on or any fragments, kind of a throw. Just wanted to add that in there. But the whole purpose is of what I wanted to say in this video was that you need to have a purpose to play the game. You need to be doing something. You need to be rewarded for the time that you're playing, not just feel like you're a sticker on the wall like, hey, I'm playing Destiny 2 and Bungie's seeing that I'm playing and they're just going to use me for player retention. We don't want that, okay? But on the closing statements, would Destiny 3 save the game? What do you guys think? A lot of you are saying Destiny 3 would save it. The only way that Destiny 3 would revive the community is, one, get rid of the Tiger engine. We've been saying that for years. We're running on a Halo engine. Stop supporting old gen console. I know it's tough, ladies and gentlemen. Some of you play on PS4 and Xbox still, and we really can't afford to get rid of those people in the community, but it's time to move on. Hey, go do some leaves in your neighborhood. It's coming up in fall time. I used to rake leaves and make fat paychecks in a week. You know what happens. But, anyways, we need to stop supporting old gen consoles. We need a new engine. But also, when Destiny 2 first launched, it had a lot of problems. I mean, in the Curse of Osiris days, Bungie was so scared of the player retention that they almost gave up. They did. So if you're going to bring a Destiny 3 to the community, you have to bring the most perfect game ever or they'll get destroyed. I don't know how they would do that. I can't sit here in this chair and tell you how Destiny 3 would save the game because they would have to make the perfect game, and I just don't think that game exists. I don't think it's fair to Bungie to put them in that scenario, but they do need to do something. I mean, they could do a new engine. They could do a lot of quality of life stuff that we've asked in the past. A lot of new inventive subclasses, weapons. Because you got to admit, some of the weapons that they've launched recently since Edge of Fate and Ash and Iron, some of them are really good. So that they're doing really good with these weapons. But there needs to be more, And I think at this point, the Destiny community just wants to see a 3 on it so they could be like, hey, it's new and it's not old washed Destiny 2 because, that's kind of where we're at right now. If you mention the word Destiny 2, people are just like, oh my God, so trash, But you ask them, okay, well, if the game's so trash, what have you done in it, And I hate to say that, and I hate to pull seniority ranks, but most of the time, some of you are guilty of this. Most of the time, you guys don't play the content and you still complain about it. You don't do the raid. You haven't done day one raids. You don't do feat raids. You don't do trials. You don't do comp. You don't do conquests. You don't do anything in the game, but you just see that Timmy's arguing about the game and you're like, yeah, Timmy's right. I'm going to go in here and, screw Destiny 2. And then you check their playtime hours and you check their power level and you're like, dog, you're scratching power level 250 and you're saying the power level grind's easy. Why don't you pipe down a little bit, okay? You haven't even went to it. You don't know the pain of 400 to 450 grind. That's the problem. That's a huge problem right now. A lot of the people that talk about the game don't play it. And I hate to pull ranks, but that's just the truth. I've done it. I've asked people. I've seen people complain on videos. I've seen people complain in comments, and I'm like, show me your playtime. Show me your account. And you look at it, and you're just like, dog, this guy's got 2 raid clears. No. No. There's just so much hate in the gaming world now. It's not Destiny 2. It's every game, okay? COD and Battlefield. The only games that are surviving right now are single-player games, pretty much. Live service games are struggling, no matter what game it is. Diablo and Path of Exile and, you name it. Borderlands 4 and Rip Outriders 2. We really wanted that game. We really did. But the gaming industry is so toxic now that people will write a game off in the first week of it being out. If it's not perfect, they just cancel it. Destiny Rising was great, but no one wants to watch it. You know, the viewership on Twitch is terrible for it. It's good on YouTube, but you know, Destiny Rising was a really fun game at first, but then it just got to the point where I'm like, dude, people don't want to watch it. You know, it's crazy. I really wish the community would see both sides. I think everybody's right. You know, everyone has a right to voice their opinions. Okay. Content creators, sometimes we're wrong, sometimes we're right, sometimes we're just being annoying because it's our job. I'll admit it. I've said some stuff in the past that I'm not proud of in videos, and I've just said some stuff because it was a hot topic to talk about, and people are like, oh my God, he's just pooping on the game. Why doesn't he just play something else? I'll admit it. I'm guilty of that. Sorry. I mean, it's just, it comes with the job, you know? But when I sit here in this chair and talk to you guys how it is being real now, look, we all know the closing statement here. We all know what happens when something fun comes back in Destiny 2 and it rises. You just think about the moments you've had with this game over the years, like I have. This game has changed my life. When something cool comes out in Renegades and you don't have people to play with, don't blame the game. It's not the game's fault. You shouldn't have to LFG. You shouldn't have to do no comms in certain raids. But if you really care about playing Destiny 2, then find people that play Destiny 2 like you do. If your friends are just complaining about it, just unfriend them, block them, move on. It's that simple. Let's be honest here. You know, people just, they only come around because they need something. Majority of the time. It's a scary world now, man. People will just use you just to have people to play with. But when new content comes out, a lot of stuff that I see in chat is, Clyde, I love the new raid, but I can't do it. I don't have people to play with. There's LFG. There's streamers chats you can ask for. There's YouTube chats. There's TikTok chats. You can ask for help. You just got to be patient. You got to remember, when you turn on the game at 1:55 p.m. on Sunday and you make an LFG post and people don't answer in the first 5 minutes, that's because they're not on your watch. You're trying to be on your own. You know, now if it's Tuesday and you're trying to find people to raid with on the weekend, you can make posts, you could find people, you can message people. It'll take time, but again, a lot of that factor is people complain that they don't have anyone to play with, so they can't get the loot, so they just write the game off. That hurts. That hurts a lot, and that does hurt the game, especially for PvE and PvP and desired loot. People that want to go farm mint retro grade and get the perfect roll, they complain that they don't have people to play with, and that's a huge factor. I see that in chat a lot. But again, we're getting off topic here. I wish I could sit here and talk about more, and I can sit here and tell you guys about everything, you know, what's wrong with the game. But I feel like the stuff I went over was mainly Endgame, and we need more loot to chase, and the portal's a big problem, and upgrading materials, and the community, and LFG, and no new added content, and it's scary that they're going to add old content because they're going to get away with it. They're going to add old stuff. Where's the prismatic add-ons? Where's the new sub? You know, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the new buffs that they've done to like Warlock and Titan and Hunter and this recent patch, you know, Getaway Artist Warlock's crazy. Controverse Hold Warlock's nuts. Stasis Titan's fun. Hunter has the well, Hunter doesn't have a lot because Bungie's been kind of scamming him. You got combination blowback. You got unlimited shooting, high noon golden gun, but hunters need some loving. But also, Strand Hunter did get a buff. You could suspend now with your dive on Strand, and you get Woven Mail. So Arc Hunter's really strong too. But we're getting all this new stuff, and we're getting all these buffs, and we're getting all these changes. How I feel? Cool, Bungie. You made a build fun for me, but I got no content to use it in. That's the problem. That's our huge problem that we're having right now. Sure, cool, you're putting on this build, but who wants to go use it in the same old stuff? Could Bungie shut down and go dark for a year and a half? It would take longer than a year. Could Bungie make you pay for one more DLC? Okay. Let's just say the next DLC is called Return of the Darkness. And they said, gamers, for $70, buy it for the year, but we're going dark and we'll give you Destiny 3. That's a risk. But I think we're at the point where Bungie needs to expose their emergency button. They got to have an emergency button. They got to have something on the back burner to save the community, right? I just don't think that they could do that. I don't think that they could go dark and say they want to give us a Destiny 3 because they need revenue. They need the Eververse. They need other stuff. It's a live service game. I just want to see them do good. I want the game to do good. Any last minute things I should add? This is the first time I ever just done a video where I was honest speaking the whole fucking time. Anything else you guys want to add last minute? That was a long yap. Address marathon? I don't even want to mention that dog shit. Any last minutes? Power 522, brother. Carry me or go outside. I just took the whole weekend off. New content, recycled content. Okay. All right. You guys are pretty much saying everything I already went over. So I'm not really missing out. All right. I'm trying to think of like a closing statement here. Don't worry, gamers. Obviously, we'll ride this out. We'll see what it is. Obviously, as a content creator, I need to treat this as a business and see where it goes in the future for me. I'm gonna ride the train on Destiny until something else comes out and gives me a reason to stop playing, like First Ascendant did. So I'm not going nowhere. I'm gonna keep playing. If I gotta go, if I can find ways to make the game entertaining, I will. If I need to start adding in one day a week of variety, I can do that. Hell, if I even want to start taking days off, I could start doing that because I barely do that anymore. So it'll be okay. I have high hopes. I don't think Renegades is going to save the game because they're trying to fix something that's badly, broken already. So it would just be nice to hear their thoughts on what they're going to do in the future, because right now they're radio silent. But yeah, I mean, there's no game that just gives me the itch. When I'm running around in my Titan, Warlock, and Hunter, and I'm using my abilities, and I'm playing activities, and I'm talking to my community while I'm playing, they enjoy it. I could just be doing the same boring content on stream every day, but chat comes in to talk to me, and we have fun. So, again, it's different on my side. When I'm a content creator, I can do that. On your guys' end, when you're just a gamer, I totally understand that you can't. But we gotta do what we gotta do and give the feedback we can. If they're gonna listen, they're gonna listen. If not, hey, it's chalked. Hopefully Renegades brings us a good dungeon. Usually the dungeon team does really well. Hopefully replayability factors there. And hopefully we could target farm and Renegades, get the loot we want, and don't run out of content in the first 2 weeks, because then we'd be in some real big trouble waiting till March to see if they're going to bring us an Into the Light. Thanks for watching this one. I was trying to just dump as much info as I could in this. If you watched the whole thing, I appreciate you. See you guys in the next one. That'll probably take the editor 2 days to do, but I wanted to get some Wanted to get some yap. Two days? Oh, you're not that slow? Oh, you get that done in a day? This guy's crazy. The only problem you're going to have is what the fuck background footage you're going to put in that. Streamers ruin D2 facts. How the fuck does that even make sense? Please tell me that. I have all day to get some? What do you mean I have all day to get some? Anyone else feel that way? Do you think streamers ruin the game? Go ahead and sound off and tell me how is that even possible, because they don't listen to shit. They don't listen to a single content creator. Trust me. I've been in a Bungie meeting. They don't listen to ideas. They shut it down. They don't care. Worm God with consecration. Oh yeah, dude, it's the new tech, bro. This shit right here, there's some crazy shit. All right, I'm putting the tunes back on, the alerts. I missed a whole bunch of subs, so give me some time here. TJ, thank you for the 39 months. Sorry, I was recording a video. Wizzle, thank you for the 32 months. One Chance, thank you for the 3. B Rush, thank you for the 5. Lumber Dan, thank you for the 40. Data 7 Crazies, I thank you. Okay, we're all good. That was an hour-long yap. Are you serious? That was an hour long of me yapping? Holy shit, maybe we should just keep yapping. I mean, people seem to like it. Every time I looked over, numbers kept going up, so I'm like, okay. The grenade update's good. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Getaway Artist Warlock is really good, and the other grenade builds are fun, but we have no content to play them in. All right, who's it? What's this guy's name? John Green? No, you're an idiot. That guy that said streamers ruin D2 facts, he hasn't spoken another word. Oh, it's definitely going to take you a day or two to do that, for sure. Well, you need to sit down and do a state of the game and be brutally honest, like if it's a workforce engine or just the loss of directions, what they want to do, something is broken and it's time to just talk about it and not make a twit longer or a twit every week and just nothing in it. Won't expect nothing right now, but it just makes people somewhat better and not just brushed off. Exactly. Yeah. I do think streamers generally are to blame. Like they are wanting things included that benefits them, forgetting not all people can play 10 hours a day. See, now that comment, okay. So that comment's special. When you're playing a live service game, it doesn't matter. Any live service game, there's always going to be FOMO. So like when you're driving home from work and 10 miles ahead, there's an accident. The streamer's job is to let you know that there's an accident 10 miles ahead. So veer to the left. Do not take the right lane. If you do, you're going to run into caution. You're going to run into problems. So we're ahead of you and we're telling you to go left. The way you play Destiny 2 now, especially now with the portal system, is valuing your time. If you only got 3 hours to play tomorrow and you want to achieve something, if you're like, man, I really want to try out this new Worm God build, then you should focus on that, and you should focus on those stats, and you should see what pieces you need. You know, you need some brawlers, some paragons, some grenadier, and some gunners, and a good pair of, you know, gauntlets. Well, you need to find those. You need to value your time. A lot of people don't do that. You know, you don't need to play 10 hours a day and all this time. That's the problem that people think, you know, like that whole streamer backhanded comment. I've seen that for years. You know, they're like, Clyde, you upload these videos and you tell people that they need to do all this stuff and yada, 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 but we don't have all the time to play. You don't need to, you know, you don't need all that time to play. It's just people are playing the game non-efficient. It's not playing the game wrong. It's efficiently playing the game and non-efficiently. You take 6 hours to get power level up when you can do it in 2, you know? That's the problem. Everybody wants a participation medal, you know? I think the problem with the current portal system is that all the good drops are tied to power leveling, and the community hates that. You know? I don't think it's streamers' ideas that hurt the game. But when all the D2 streamers are negative towards the game, it just breeds negativity. Negativity breeds negativity. Positivity breeds positivity. That's actually not true either. Because if you're positive about Destiny 2 right now, you get fucking scalded. I mean, you literally can't be positive about the game. If you talk positive about the game at all, the Twitter rats come after you. The comment section sounds off because they are like, oh, you're being paid by Bungie to say it. I'm letting you guys know right now, Bungie don't pay shit, dog. Recently with their sponsorships that they've been doing, they finally started handing out money. But dog, the streamers got rinsed over the years. They gave us emblems and they said, hey, here, there you go. There's your pay. All these other game companies would hit me up and be like, you want to play our game for 2 hours? We'll pay you a nice fee. Sure. Thank you. And I would go do sponsorships for those games. You know what Bungie's does? They try and twist your arm and make you work for free. And I'm not even saying this to be negative, but like the past couple years, it was terrible. You know, I got scammed on the Pantheon. I literally worked for half my rate. But ever since then, ever since Pantheon and above, I've heard they've been taking care of creators, but I haven't done any sponsored content for Bungie since Pantheon. But Pantheon, they were like, oh yeah, you're doing all these 5 weeks of raid racing and all this, and yeah, we're going to pay you this. I'm like, what? Huh? Yeah, that's different. Yeah, you're not breaking TOS to profit off those emblems, Dad Dilama. Is that what it is? Some streamers were literally selling them. That's different. That's you know, selling them on the black market. That's terrible. But you know, having sub to your channel and then spinning a wheel to see if you can win an emblem, that's not, you know. Let's be honest. Bungie's terms of service isn't really in good terms right now. A lot of people are breaking it. But again, you can only be negative so much. I mean, look how the negativity like hurts me sometimes. I'm sitting here to you guys. I'm sitting here talking to you. I'm having a good day. We're vibing. But if I upload this stuff, if I upload a clip on Twitter or TikTok or YouTube, people are like, oh, Clyde's just complaining about the game. But they saw a 30-second clip. They didn't see a 30-minute discussion. And they go, well, he's just complaining about the game. Why doesn't he play something else? Why does he want this? Why does he want that? Because people they don't do the research. That's the Twitter, the TikTok brain rot now. You know, TikTok ruined people's attention span. If you don't impress someone in 2 seconds, they just swipe. That's just what it is. If you know, you want to be successful on TikTok, just show some titties in the first second. They're like, oh, look, what are those? Those are new. It's fucking terrible. But that aspect just comes into the content creation now. It's like if you say the one weirdest thing in a clip, people just scald you for it. So like that's I think that's why people are so uprising right now, you know, because I've never seen this. Like, you guys know, like when I started talking about this months ago about the problems in the game, no one was really, there's only a few of us speaking up on it. Now Everybody is. I mean, dude, have you guys seen what Cross has been saying? Cross has been scalding Bungie, talking about the. I realized that I didn't eat my breakfast yet. Talking about the new player experience and power leveling and yada yada yada. And like, yo, he's been. When Big Daddy asked to Cross is shitting on your game, you got a problem. Dado, Glad, Above. I seen stuff from Zavaler. A big fucking problem. No, I haven't completed the Ultimate Conquest. I'm doing that when I have 550. I'll have 550 this week. I wasn't shocked to see Cross speak up. He don't give a fuck. Sorry, I'm a fat ass. But the thing is right now, I think a lot of the things that we're seeing where people are saying, I want this to happen to the game for me to return, or I want this to happen in the game for it to come back. A lot of people say that, but then it happens and they don't keep their word. You know, the last time the game was in a good state, oh boy. I might need help with this from chat. I don't really know. I want to say Pantheon Into the Light. Final Shape around that era. Final Shape was really good. Into the Light was a big step for sure. I think it started with Into the Light. Before Into the Light, it was like Witch Queen. I feel like that's right. Correct? I mean, everybody's saying the same shit. Do you think Destiny 2 could benefit from more rewarding grinds, like when you see someone with an insane armor or rare weapon, something that makes you want to chase said thing? Final Fantasy does that very well. I've mentioned this in videos in the past. I think we need rare Uber items that are barely dropping the game, but you got to understand that everyone wants a fucking participation medal. Nobody wants to grind for stuff anymore. So if there's an item in the game that only 1%ers can get, people will bitch and cry. It's tough. Franklin's fired. We knew that was coming. I mean, I said that in my video that I just recorded, like mythic armor, being able to get like a mythic armor set, something that just makes you just, if you're grinding trials and you're grinding the raid or you're grinding a nightfall and something drops where it goes ping, you know, I think I can make it happen right here. Hold on. If you guys can hear it. Let me see if I can get it to ping for you real quick. Hear that? That's a tier 5. Okay. So think about this, right? You're playing PvE, you're playing PvP, you're playing Nightfalls, and something like that happens. And you just unlocked a cool mythic crystal. And you'd be able to take it over here to the vendor, and you can see what materials you need to craft that mythic piece. It could tell you, hey, you need 1 mythic crystal and 10 tier 5 crystals, meaning you need to break down 10 tier 5 pieces. When you craft the mythic helmet that you can wear with an exotic, remember, you already got Worm Gods on, but your mythic helmet, it's going to give you some crazy exotic perk, some crazy shit. It doesn't have to be, actually, I shouldn't say exotic perk. It doesn't need to be exotic. It can be like a step below that, but just some sort of cool thing that you can get to reward you for PvE or PvP. Stuff like that. You know? How would that benefit the game and the player population to continue to give the top 5% the best stuff in the game? Well, you don't need to give the top 5% of players the best stuff in the game, but you need to encourage the casual player base to keep playing a live service game. This is a live service game, and you can't just turn on the game and get the best loot in the game when you first start playing. You got to put in the time, you know? Now, I'm not saying you need to play 40, 50, 60 hours, but I feel like asking people to play 40 hours for an expansion is not long. So I'm actually going to go with that. Like, let's say you have to put in 40 hours of grind to get to tier 5 armor. Wouldn't you guys say that? I mean, how long did it take you? We could ask chat right now. How long did it take you guys to comfortably get tier 5 armor? It was a lot more than 40 fucking hours. So asking people to put in a little bit of grind time to achieve something, to give the casual player base a reason to keep going, is what we need. Because right now, Bungie's obviously pulling up everyone's power level in the game, and they're going, a lot of people stopped. So October 14th, we're going to add a package in the game that gives people 300 power level. You know? Solstice hyped you guys up, and you were so hyped. But there needs to be some equal opportunity there. 2 hour a week Andy Joe signs on. He needs to be spoiled with loot. So if we tell Joe, hey Joe, when you sign on in Renegades, all you got to do is hit rank 15 with Banshee. Once you do this, you can focus this new auto rifle in Renegades, and you can go play any activity in the game and go get it. Joe's going to be like, usually I don't do this kind of stuff, but man, I'm seeing Clyde use this auto rifle in Renegades tier 5, and it's juicy. I'm going to go for it. Now, Clyde just got... Remember, I was on the freeway 5 miles ahead of you. I was letting you know that this is good. You're back here 5 miles back. Do you stay on your course and do your same casual grind, or do you just take the road to the left and go farm this auto rifle? That way, 2 hour a week Joe gets what he wants, and the grinders get what they want. So that's equal opportunity there. And that's what Solstice did for people that didn't grind and did grind. But I do believe there needs to be some grind above that, because players in Renegades, you guys are just going to get what you want and stop. But if they implement something for the top 10% grinders, the people that are willing, you guys have played this game. If you've played this game like I have for 10 plus years, or maybe you're a new player here, maybe you only got a year under your belt, maybe you just started playing 6 months ago, you will realize something in this game is worth to grind for once Bungie gives you a fun way to do it. If there's a fun grind in the game, you will grind your nutsack off till you get the perfect roll. And if you haven't done that yet, then you ain't living. Because we've been there. You know? But I do agree. This is one of the worst grinds we've ever done in Destiny 1 and Destiny 2, period. I do agree with you there. But you just need some sort of endgame grind. You wouldn't call Mountaintop a fun grind? Well, I mean, you didn't cheat. Wanna know how I got my Mountaintop? You're seeing it. Asian servers, pal. I shit you not, me and my Discord probably helped over 500 people get their Mountaintop. Easy dub. Wow, Sweat just called me a cheating bitch. That's crazy. Hey, in the big 2025, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Story wasn't good enough to keep people interested. I agree with that too. I do. I think after we finish this campaign in Edge of Fate, we're like, what the fuck is going on? I didn't know shit. I didn't know anything that was going on. How'd you get on Asian servers? When the game was on BattleNet. Sweatsickle's the most positive content creator we have right now in Destiny 2. I agree.
Even undated computer languages are rich in temporal information. You can date a file by the symbology it uses.
Feel so lost in the game right now? Yeah. No, Michael, you can't go to Asian servers anymore. The game is on BattleNet. But you don't need to get Mountaintop anymore. Well, exotic class items got, I mean, they're pretty much chalked too. Willow. That's the thing too. Like, we're not really talking about these exotic class items anymore. There's only a few builds now that even require them. Titans moved off of them. Like, I mean, yeah, sure, like Immos Light, Synthocept class items really good, but dude, Worm Gods with Consecration now, or it's pretty fucking nuts, you know? Because you're pairing your Titan with this weapon. So pretty much if you're not in your Transcendence, you're using this weapon to get your super back. This exact build, not weapons, but like build wise, Special Hero uses this. He literally solos the fucking ultimate conquest with this shit. Like I watched him do it a couple times. Like it's insane because he's just always activating Consecration Knockout with Glacial Quake, and then if he doesn't have a super, he just spams this, gets a super in 10 seconds, and then just rips. And then when you come out of your super, you have another 3 Consecration slams. It's broken as shit. I didn't even realize you could have that much fun on Worm Gods with Consecration, but it's fun. What's up, Pinup? Yeah, I'm down to 19 class items. I deleted them all. The reason why I don't like the class items is because of the stats. Bungie doesn't let us choose the stats we want on our class items. That was kind of a throw. What's the weapon? The pulse rifle. Exotic. Well, the thing about Worm Gods too is the Burning Fist grants increased weapon damage. That's huge. Well, no. I'm saying, like, with the exotic class items, we should have been able to use glass needles or something.
Happy Sunday.
They could have. I mean, this is another thing. It just pisses me off when I talk about exotics because I know these are never going to get buffed. You know, they're going to stay at these dog shit rolls until the end of the year. But if we could earn like a currency like glass needles and be able to re-roll our class item stats, just RNG it. But, you know, if you're rocking Immos Light Star Eater on your Titan and you don't want it to have melee, you want it to have more weapons, you should be able to use glass needles on it, re-roll the stats, and be able to get the stats you want. Bungie forced us to use the stats that they chose. I just didn't agree with that. It's weird. Like a year ago today, they glazed us with these exotic class items. They literally said, hey man, here's Festival of the Lost. Go ahead and stack your candy. I don't know if you guys remember that grind, but like you could get so many class items. It was insane. So everybody got all their perfect rolls. But then they gate kept the mission. They didn't unlock it to the casual player base. People couldn't go do the mission, the Dual Destiny. It was bugged. It doesn't drop double drops no more. They gate kept these class items for so long. It was insane. I think my streaming career is at risk because of the game dying. No. I'm not even playing the game right now, and I'm sitting here talking to chat, and I could finger my ass on stream with pop-ups so you can't see, and my streaming career won't die. I know that I'm an entertaining person. I can turn on the stream upstairs. I can go do an IRL stream with my wife. I know I can go set a mobile stream, go drive around. I'm not scared at all. So what's crazy is, so here's another thing. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but all the Destiny streamers just did huge subathons, and they're all like sitting above like 10,000 plus fucking subscribers right now, and they just had some crazy fucking support from the community in the worst time of Destiny 2. And I applaud them for that. So, you know, me, I didn't put enough, I didn't want to put enough time into it. So sleep on stream, but I still had fun. But I had fun eating my Bean Boozled jelly beans, but no. I mean, I've been doing this for too long. I've been around for 9.5 years. So, I mean, February is 10 years of streaming for me. So I feel like if you're a veteran streamer, you shouldn't be worried. If you're a new streamer and you just stream Destiny 2, fuck yeah, I'd be worried. But trust me, I wish I could just fucking stream football right now. I mean, we're just watching football all day.
We work slowly, hoping our efforts.
I can't. I wish. Am I going to keep doing day one raid races? Yeah. Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I? Day one raids are fun. I mean, I gotta build a new team. I mean, it's not hard to find a team for the dungeon, but I definitely need to build a new raid team before the new raid comes out. But the epic raid, that was fucking great. Watching everybody do it day one and then just beating it the next day in 5 hours. That was fucking, I love that shit. What are some suggestions for streaming in today's world? And I mean, dude, one shot. Why didn't I hear that resub? In today's world, I don't even know how to give someone advice. The streaming world has changed. The rules have changed. It's not about hard work anymore. It's who you know, how much luck you can get. You upload a clip, someone that's big streamer reacts to your clip, and you're blowing up. Hard work really doesn't reward you in streaming anymore. I know it's fucked up to say because I never want to tell people that, but I know a lot of people that have busted their ass over the last year or so and just worked really hard on their content and have done multiple streams and always uploading clips and getting into it, and it's not good enough. So if you can mentally prep yourself and realize that you are doing a job that's set up to fail, you'll be fine. But I think a lot of people just expect too much when they're streaming. They expect subs and they expect all this money and they expect to just blow up. And one thing that people forget about is taxes. Okay, so when you're a new streamer and you're streaming on Twitch, right? Let's just say you're a Twitch streamer, you're not a Kick streamer, you're Twitch. Right off the bat, you're 50% less because Twitch takes 50% of your subs. So you only get 50% of the $5.99 that people are paying you. Then you got to take out an additional 22% minimum to 20% for taxes. So you're only getting 30% of that sub. Even if you were able to achieve 100 Twitch subs a month, you're only bringing home $250 a month. I honestly don't understand how people survive being a new creator or upcoming, because I mean, they live at home, but like, you know, in today's age, you know, even if you're making $2,500 a month as a streamer, that's not even enough to pay your bills, you know, and it sucks, you know. It's things aren't what they used to be. Ironside, thank you for the gift. Things definitely aren't what they used to be. Sponsored, dude, back in like 2021, 2022, man, fucking, woo! We was eating ad revenue, fucking Raid Shadow Legends sponsors, and now it's different, man. I would love to sit here and be able to give advice to people about content creation, but it's not easy, man.
Going to do anything
I'm not.
in your 10 years, Clyde?
I'm not even where I'm at.
BTW.
I used to be 1,000 viewer Andy every day. I was crushing it, and I lost that. I know why I lost it though. I know exactly why my viewer count went lower. Want to know why? Because I'm me. I'm an asshole. People wanted me to be their puppet. People wanted me to be the good boy. They wanted me to just be nice every day and just get bullied by chat and ignore the haters. And if someone speaks up, just, brush them off and be nice. Fuck that. I'm a piece of shit. I'm an asshole. I don't care. There's a couple haters watching right now. See, Kukua just said that. I'm a hater. I still come around now and then. Hey, man, we could be friends. Sorry, I'm not a nice guy, but hey, man, the world's fucked up. I don't trust people. I only let so many people in my circle. I've let viewers, get close to me over the years, and they've scammed me and done bullshit over the years, and I just don't fuck with people. So I'm very defensive sometimes. I stand on business. And sometimes that helps people. So that's just how I am. But if I was the fucking golden boy, like the Twitch community wanted me to be, I'd probably be 3 times the size that I am today. But I couldn't do it. I could not do it. And I noticed that in my first 6 years of streaming. Trust me, I got DMs and opportunities, and people were like, "Oh, roll with us, and you could be our friend, and we could do so much together." And I'm like, these motherfuckers think I'm stupid. They're trying to use me. And I'm glad that I just stayed original, That's me. It goes a long way, Twitch will eventually pay streamers an hourly rate. I doubt it. That's not even the shitty part of being a content creator, dog. It's not. It's medical, retirement, 401, taxes. Dude, you lose all that shit when you're a content creator. A lot of people nowadays, what I've seen, a lot of people are full-time creators, but they have a part-time job on the side at like FedEx or UPS or like something where you can only work 20 hours a week, but you got medical benefits there and you got retirement. Just counting on to be a content creator nowadays is really tough. But I wouldn't trade it for the world, man. Don't get me wrong. I miss hard labor sometimes. I miss doing concrete and doing rebar. Actually, no, I don't. I don't know why the fuck I'm lying to you right now. That's a bunch of bullshit right there. But, I actually don't miss concrete at all. Fuck that. But yeah, bricklaying, it was all right. But building shit, doing house renovations, doing drywall, taking sledgehammers to the walls, that was fun. Cabinets, tile, all that was cool. But I was blue collar, man. I was raised in that shit. Work hard, like that's it. Like I was raised in a family and a lifestyle. Shit ain't cheap. No one's gonna help you. You want something, go get it. We're not gonna spoil you. We're not gonna give you shit. Hey, we didn't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of. What made me stop doing that stuff? COVID. I started streaming in 2016, and everyone just thought I was a full-time content creator because I would stream over 200 hours a month and work. Around 2019, I got an offer to sell my business. I had a small business that was doing concrete and landscape design. I started out landscaping, and I just built it up to like 200 accounts or 250. I forgot what it was at, but I had to make a decision. So like from 2019 to 2020, I just told Chad, I'm like, what should I do? And I'm like, should I just go against everything I believe in and just go full send on content creation and give up all my shit? Or should I only stream 20 hours a week? And Chat's like, fucking do it, pussy. And I told my family that I was making a decision in the next year. I got a phone call saying that a virus is breaking out, you know? Because I don't watch the news or anything. I don't keep up with that shit, you know? I just got my reasons why I don't watch that garbage, you know? That's a conversation we don't talk about, but just beliefs, and I don't fuck with the media. I got a call saying you know, this virus is getting ready to break out, and the guy called me back and said, "Hey, you still want to sell your business?" I'm like, "Yeah, fucking take it." So sold my business in September of 2020. I went full-time streaming. I went full send. I mean, I turned into a fucking demon. I was doing 14, 16-hour streams a day. People told me I couldn't do YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok all at once. They said you would fail. Well, I'm very close to hitting 200K on Twitch. I'm about 14K away of hitting 200,000 subscribers on YouTube, and we already hit over 200,000 on Destiny, so on TikTok. So all those people that say you can't do shit, fuck them. Fuck them. Day 6 of just do exclamation point 75. It's kind of like just a bonus thing I do. If we hit our daily sub goal for 20 days out of the month, I do a giveaway at the end. We're on day 6 right now. I think what made my channel blow up was TikTok. So when I started growing my TikTok, around the 30 to 40K, I would just, I mean, some of you OG TikTok members know, my video, well, first of all, who makes a fucking wave? The wave. I made a fucking wave famous. I mean, I shit you not. People come up to me at conventions. They're like, "Can you do the wave?" I'm like, "Okay." But anyways, like, something cool would happen in Destiny. Like, this gun would come out, and I'd be like, "Hey guys, this gun just came out. It's broken. Stop watching TikTok and get your ass in stream." And I was able to pull my audience from my shorts and my TikToks and get them into watching my content live, you know? I was really good at that. Because I was straightforward. Now, I pretty much do YouTube and Twitch streams every day. TikTok lives, I don't do them as much because they're hit or miss. But for some reason, there's good audience today. But TikTok, there's some demons on the app. Here, next to me in the tower. All right, here we go. Rock, paper, scissors for a sub. If you win, I gift you one. If not, you jump. In game, of course, in game. You lose these. Oh, he's cheating. He's copying. Bang! Nice try. Work hard or starve. Simple as that. Yeah, people don't know about that mentality though. Let's just be honest. A lot of people are waiters. They wait around. I mean, I don't want to go into this boomer conversation, but I feel bad for the younger generation, you know? College is a waste of fucking money. I think college is pointless unless you're going to be a lawyer, a doctor, or an engineer. Get into a trade and you can go make $200,000 a year. Fuck all that college bullshit. But that's just me. That's right, Michael. That's true. I didn't stop playing Destiny Rising. I just realized that there wasn't a lot of content for it. Have you guys seen the viewership on like Twitch? Dog, 48 right now. It's just no one cares about it. If this number was bigger, I'd be all over it. I'm good. How long did it take me? So are you saying like how long did it take me to like grow as a content creator? I started streaming February 21st of 2016. I got partnered June 1st of 2017. But back then it was different. You didn't have a sub button. You didn't get affiliate. The only way I could make money is donations. Bits didn't count towards me. It was a tough time. You needed 250 to 275 consistent viewership daily, every day for 30 days. God, putting in that partner app, that was the worst stress I've ever had in my life. I'd rather go like for real. If I was asked right now, deal with all the stress that you've dealt with over the last 9.5 years streaming, or go back to Paris Island for 13 weeks, I'm going on the bus. I'm going back to Paris Island. I'll hang out with the sand fleas and we'll have a good old fucking time. This 38-year-old could still do that PT. Let's go. I don't want to deal with all that stress and bullshit I dealt with streaming. Fuck all that, man. I mean, dude, I've seen so many streamers quit over the years. It's crazy. You're 35, been in scaffolding since I was 16, still doing the crazy hours and 7 days a week. Hey, Mick. You understand the purpose of a grind, though. That goes a long way. Atomic hoorah, brother. Yeah, it wasn't that bad until you realized it was all mental. Yes and no. I mean, dude, streaming's it's just different, man. Like, I love my job. I love streaming. And it's I've sat here and I've got to meet some of the best friends I could ever ask for. You know, I got guys like Sweat and Glad, and those are my fucking brothers. You know, like those guys I'll fucking bleed for. You know, other great friends, CB Evan and Pure, and you know, the list goes on. You know, and then my chat. You know, when I turn on stream, I have fun. I could sit here and do what I'm doing right now. I'm just talking to you guys. I'm not playing the fucking game. But it's introduced me to my beautiful wife. I mean, it's great. It's made me a better person, but also I feel like I got a purpose doing this job, you know? But it ain't all fucking roses and rainbows, trust me. A lot of bullshit, but you know, self-discipline. When you just teach yourself how to fail every day, you know, when you wake up and you start, you know, let's just say when you first start being a content creator, you literally have to wake up every day and realize how to take a loss, because you're like, dude, you're about to go do some work right now and you're not getting paid hourly. You ain't shit. Bills are due. You got a choice, you know. That's it. Do I see myself putting the game down soon? No. The only way I can take a break from Destiny 2 is if a game like Outriders or First Ascendant, like when First Ascendant first came out, banger. Outriders, banger. Anthem sucked once we realized there's no end game, but there needs to be a competitor that comes out like Destiny 2 to make me want to take a break. That's, you know, and we're in dire need of that. I mean, Riot's still working on their game. Riot is working on their game. I mean, it's been talked about for years. It's just really behind. You know, if that game, Riot's MMO, comes out, could be good. Lack of interest in just about everything lately. Yeah, I mean, that happens too. That's the cube, right? I gotta say, one regret giving up streaming back in the day. I built a nice following and viewership, but then I got into teaching. Yeah, dude. Best build in the game right now? I would say Peacekeeper Titan, Thundercrash Titan, or Getaway Artist Warlock. Fast forward 15 years later, I'm not streaming and I'm working for YouTube. That'll do it. My idea was to treat exotic weapons like class items, take a perk from one and apply it to another, like Sleeper Stimulant and Cloud Strike. Yeah, but the power creep of that weapon would just kill the game, you know? I mean, look what we're dealing with right now. This is Mountaintop, this is Recluse. GG. I mean, hey, Ruku, sometimes that's how it works, man. I never thought I'd be sitting here being a content creator. Like, if you found myself 10 years ago, be like, hey, man, you're about to be a fucking Destiny streamer, YouTuber / idiot on the internet full time. I would laugh in your face. I'd be like, there ain't no fucking way. This ornament from the Titan is... I don't know where you get this one. Excuse my drip. I haven't put any like drip or anything on my builds lately. I only got one Titan drip, and that's this. It's pretty sick though. Oh, the Throne World. That's where it's from. The Throne World. Which queen? Let me finish this sandwich real quick. But yeah, man. I just want the game to do good. That's all I give a shit about. I just want the game to be... I want the game to do well. And I firmly believe... I firmly believe that Bungie's trying to kill the game, and we don't know why. Like, they're purposely trying to fuck the game up. I don't know why. I wish I knew. So we don't want Sony to even maintain... If Sony even steps foot in maintaining this game, it's chalked. You think, dude, guys, Marathon's dog shit. Bungie doesn't have balls. Have you heard about their new fucking beta they're doing? It's a closed beta. That's showing that they don't have any balls. Should be an open fucking playtest beta and everyone should be allowed to play. This closed bullshit. They're scared. They don't have faith in their game. Yeah, Ruku, that's exactly what we need. We need everyone to just be brutally honest. This is Joe Blackburn being totally honest. This was posted August 15th, 2023.
Hey, everybody. It's Joe.
You want to watch this?
Just here to check in on how Destiny's going.
Fuck it.
So a few weeks ago, we put about state of the game communication that wasn't up to our standards for what y'all have come to expect for those kinds of communications.
Accountability.
It didn't provide the high-level vision that we normally provide, and really and truly, a bunch of us were heads down working the final shape, and we're...
Hold on a second. How Sony taking over would be bad? Sony doesn't know the player base. Sony doesn't really dabble in live service games. Sony loves single player story games. They're not good with live service. Sony employees come in. How are they supposed to know what the Destiny community wants?
We're able to give it the sort of care and love that we normally put into these kind of communications. And that's nobody's fault but mine here on this. So I wanted to come in, talk to y'all directly, and sort of give you an update on what we thought about the state of the game that we put out and what we think about Destiny as a whole. Now, this is going to be pretty different than normal. This is
Final Fantasy,
highly produced sort of production. It's me in my office. It's not scripted. I've got a bunch of notes here that we're going to read through.
It's a totally different game than Destiny 2.
Just in a meeting with me, which is going to be rambly, and we're probably going to
Concord
mess up a few
was
times.
Sony's
but really, I just
shot.
want to go over where we're thinking about the game. So
Destiny 2 is my favorite solo game. I love playing Caldera and K1.
We're going to talk about armor. We're going to talk about our communication strategy. Those are the big ones. So let's just get right into it. Let's start with reveal. Next week, we're going to go out and we're going to show an awesome showcase for the Final Shape. We're really excited about a bunch of the content in there, and truly, that showcase is not a reaction to the state of the game last week. It's not a reaction to a bunch of the sentiment online, and it's definitely not a reaction to this video. It was recorded a while ago.
Sorry.
I think I have a mustache in the video, and it's a pretty focused reveal.
We're not going to watch this whole thing, but you know what I mean. You guys know what I mean, though. That Joe in there, he took accountability. Joe was willing to admit that he messed up, okay, at his position. Everyone at Bungie right now in the management position and above, no one's taking accountability. They're just putting band-aids on it, you know. You got to understand, Bungie losing Activision and losing Vicarious Visions, those two studios single-handedly gave us the best content we've ever seen. So if Sony takes over Bungie, I'm telling you guys, we're fucked. It's going to be Concord 2.0. And again, a lot of us are scratching our heads right now, wanting to realize, why did Bungie go for the extraction shooter? Like, why would they even want to compete with Tarkov and now Arc Raiders? Like, Arc Raiders is going to mop the floor. I just don't understand why they chose Marathon to do that. And I don't know, man. Why are people blaming Activision? That's news to me. What do you mean? Yeah, Sony Studios is known for single player activity, like single player experiences, in my opinion. That's better than live services. Again, you can't compare Final Fantasy to Destiny 2. It's two totally different games, you know? Do I believe this video is a genuine concern for Destiny 2 or players to return? Yeah. Well, no, I mean, when Joe did this, Joe was just like literally just saying like, hey, you know, we need to speak up and let you guys know while it's shit. And he was literally just trying to save the game for Final Shape. And when Joe stepped away, it was all shocked, you know. I like that comment. Sony should provide more resources to Bungie to do what it needs to do to get D2 where it should be. But that's the thing, though. I think the people that are making the decision at Bungie to make these decisions don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you guys actually think that there's a single employee at Bungie that played to 550 or did the 450 grind? No. All we need is Bungie to play their game before making decisions. That's that simple. They just need to play the game. They need to see what they're putting in front of the community. That's all. Because that's the problem. People that are in the 450s, the 500s, they're running into issues that people that are power level 200 aren't. You know, and this is what I said earlier. You know, we're 5 miles ahead reporting an accident. Like, pretty much where I'm at right now, there's no reason for me to grind. You know, because I'm at 429 and 4 ace. But Tuesday, Bungie's changing my powerful drops. I'm going to get +2s now instead of +1s. So if I want to hit 550, I'm just going to wait till Tuesday. I can go do all the portal activities on Tuesday, and they're all going to drop powerful for me. That's fucking fantastic. But the person that's 250 power, 300 right now, or even 350, they have no idea what I'm dealing with unstable cores, with enhancement prisms, because they're not at that point yet. So they'll defend Bungie, and they'll be like, oh, these streamers are so wrong, you know, they just play the game too much. I'm sitting at power level 300 and I'm not running into any of those issues, so Bungie doesn't need to change those. That doesn't make sense. People still play this game? Yeah, you should swipe up. It just save you a headache. Skip. Well, yeah, exactly. Unstable cores are a pain. So what happened? The one benefit of you hitting 400 when Solstice started, remember that you could only go from pretty great. Thanks again for the 70 months. I thanked you, but I want to thank you again. 70 months is a long time. Appreciate the resub. When I hit 400 and I was grinding to 450 and I can only get there with primes, I deleted all the shit armor. If it wasn't a prime drop, I deleted it because it wasn't a tier 5. That's how I got my cores up to 900,000. So I'm benefited for being ahead of the community. That's not right. People that were 200 power level behind me when I was 400 and you're sitting in chat and you were 200, you should have been being rewarded with unstable cores, but you didn't. That's the fucked up thing. You know? How's that right? Why do I get rewarded? Just because I can play, I mean, there's some of you in chat right now. You guys work 40 hours a week, but you can also game 40 hours a week because you work from home or you got the leisure of a good job. But we shouldn't be put in a shitty situation to where we get spoiled with unstable cores and the casuals don't. They need a source to get unstable cores, I'm telling you, with Renegades, just take this out. Scratch it. It's Legendary Shards 2.0. Thinking of streaming Destiny 2 now that some folks have dropped out. Thoughts? Good luck. It's a very top-heavy directory. But, hey, man, chase your fucking dreams. Have a hard time finding any groups to play with? Exactly. I mean, this is another thing right now. We got to stop bringing up Warframe to chat because, I mean, right now, again, I think Warframe's a great game, but Warframe doesn't even come close to 25. I don't want to put a percent on this, but Warframe's content doesn't even touch Destiny's on the shittiest day of the year. Devs, different story, but the raids, the stories, the lore, the dungeons. I mean, there is no game that touches Destiny's content. We got to stop using Warframe as a comparison. Oh, I know you, Pribs. I know that, but I've seen it. I got multiple chats open right now, and a couple people mentioned Warframe. But yeah, right now. So if I go do Cabal's Watch, and I go do Matchmade, this is -40. Okay. And I could probably do a 9-minute run, 10-minute run right now with randoms. But if I have chat join, I can go do Cabal's Watch and get 3 drops in 7 minutes. So you're with the portal system right now, you're very punished for not playing with people. Same thing with this. I can have chat join and I can go do Galron in 5 minutes or less. Not playing with people sucks. I'm kidding about what? Not a cop. Yeet, are you saying you're 44 power? Yeah, the devs, yeah, 100%. Yeah, Warframe devs do way more than Bungie does. Not true. 90% of Destiny's content is a lot more dull than Warframe at this point. I mean, I guess that's just your thought process, but I mean, you could take the shittiest raid in Destiny 2. Trust me, hey, I'm going to be playing Warframe this week. Okay? I got a sponsored segment for him. I like playing Warframe in my free time sometimes. I've been doing my grind. I'm not done with my star chart, but is there really a mission besides the campaign missions? Okay, Warframe's campaign's good, but like, you could take the worst raid in Destiny 2 and compare it to any Warframe content. Pink. Still going to be a raid, Warframe's just run through the mission, get to the end. Run. Yeah, not a copy. I'm working on it. I'm getting there. But I know a lot of people that play, and have quit, you know. I've seen people that played Warframe over the years, you know. But again, you're right. I haven't done it all, so I can't complain on this stuff. How long am I streaming today? I don't know. The story of Warframe. I forgot where I left off, to be honest. The story's a banger. I mean, I uploaded most of my story missions on YouTube. Anyone remember where I stopped? I can't remember. Well, I know, Nicholas. It's just the, you know, the loop, you know. Yeah, there's a whole bunch to it, you know. I didn't even play 1999 yet, you know. I want to find more time, but it's like, again, the loop of it, of just, you know, running and running and running and running, and the cook timers, you know. It kind of burned me out. The new war, I did that. Yeah, I did the new war. I'm turning it on this week, so I'll show you what I've done. I'll be playing Warframe this week, so I don't think I'll be streaming it on TikTok, but I'll be streaming it on Twitch and YouTube. But you know, when I was playing with chat, you know, I didn't do gifts. I turned off gifts. I turned off everything. I was grinding on my own, and it was just, you know. The one thing I hated about the Warframe grind is people just told me, like, oh, all the new Warframe streamers just get shit gifted to them, and they spend a lot of money, and they get this and get this and get this, and they just speed run their star chart and get to the end, and then they don't understand the game. And I'm like, all right, well, I don't want to speed run my star chart, so I did all the story missions, all the side missions, you know. I forgot where I stopped, but I think my star chart was like halfway done, maybe more. I don't know, but it was just, you know, loading up a mission, run it in, you know, same shit, you know. Did this guy say he was power level 44? Are you serious? Oh, what do you expect, dog? Well, yeah. No, I agree. Build crafting in Destiny 2 has definitely made it 100%. Like, I don't agree. I think there needs to be more. That's why I said today, like, where's our prismatic juice? You know, there needs to be more in the prismatic department. No, this guy was saying that he was power level 400 and he was LFG and stuff. Like, of course. Can I dance with you in the tower? Sure. Okay, they fixed the game in my opinion. I just did a whole fucking yap session about it earlier. We just need content to grind, you know. We need replayability, we need focus farming, shit like that. I'll be uploading a video on it, like on YouTube. D1 was definitely not simple. No fucking way. D1 was, dude. The D2 babies that play Destiny 2 right now, if you go back to a D1 era, people would cry. Back in D1, you literally had to grind your nutsack off to get an item, you know. Now in Destiny 2, you just go do one solo ops and get handed a tier 5 weapon and called it a day. Grinding for exotic swords and, you know, it was a very brutal and tedious grind for sure in Destiny 1. D2, it's all simple now, you know. I should probably do something. There was no, I guess there was a rocket here. All right, well, we made the YouTube video. We're sitting here yapping. What else could I do right now? I really don't want to do much power leveling because all that shit's going to get made easy on Tuesday.
I may need a schematic to read the schematic. Most unusual symbology.
Guess I can go, let's go try that reclaim fire team finder. See how bad it is. Power level on Tuesday is getting buffed. It's gonna be like super simple to power level on Tuesday. Oh, I meant to queue into match made. I just want to see what it's all about now. How simple we talking? So right now I'm only able to get +1s and +2 primes. I'll be able to get +2s. Probably be easier for me to just show you the fucking. Again, a lot of people don't even know these changes are coming on Tuesday because they don't pay attention to the game. Bungie should be plastering this stuff all over the internet, but they don't. Have I seen the popularity site? Yeah, I've seen that. All right, so right here. So right now I'm at a diamond. I get +1s. I'm gonna get +2s on Tuesday. If you're 400 to 500, you're gonna get +3s every drop. If you're 300 to 400, you're gonna get +4s every drop, and then etc. You know, up here, if you get A's. But also, every single bonus drop you get on every single activity on Tuesday is gonna drop powerful. So pretty much when you sign on Tuesday, you're going to do every single activity at least once and get, I mean, just right here is, you know, this is 4, this is 4, this is 4. This is 4, this is, well, this would be 2, and this would be 4. So 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 22. So if I do all 6 solo ops, I'll get 22 powerfuls.
Stop her research efforts before they begin.
I haven't looked at that popularity report site yet. Is it just a website to show Bungie how bad they suck penis or something? Like, is that what it's for? Is that like all the chart bullshit that people are tweeting? Like, oh my god, look, it's so bad. I don't understand how that's gonna help. Yes, all those have chances to be primes. Yeah. Shows the actual player count when people queue. I mean, but that's the thing though. We already know that it's some of the worst. You know? I don't think that does anything because we know We know that the player base is at an all-time low. So it kind of doesn't solve anything, you know? My main problem is the weapons. 550 for a few weeks now, and there's nothing to do. How'd you get 550 so quick? Slashing? Mike? Just Cabal's watch? You didn't use the sword glitch? A lot of people that hit 500 just or 550 just use the sword. Oh, you didn't? All right. Well, I mean, which brings me to my next thing. That's a lot of playtime you have. Most people don't have that kind of playtime, you know. I agree with Glad. Not making Destiny 3 was the biggest throw. 100%. I just don't know how much it would actually save people though. Friends have stopped playing and I don't like LFG anymore. Well, yeah, but like, oh wait, what the fuck? Where's it? Do we have a homie leave? You have to understand too, though. People that anyone that's like 500 right now, like 510 and above. I mean, you're like, you're not a casual player, and the game's just not for casuals right now, or the tryhards right now. The game's just not for tryhards right now. The game is literally designed for people that barely play right now and catch up mechanics. That's why they're changing the stuff on Tuesday. So pretty much, there's nothing for you to do until Renegades. You know, like they get it. You know, like, you know, you don't get anything benefited to you for playing and being 550 right now. Everyone's looking for players to love the game as much as they do, so you can still do like fun raids and enjoy the game like you used to and have replayability factor, but it's just not a thing right now. So like, I get it. It pisses people off. People are salty. But when there's tier 5 weapons in the game, people just get everything they want right off the rip, and then it's GG.
Line up the coordinates to your next LZ.
Looks like junk to me, but
And that's the stuff I said about Renegades. We're able to just get tier 5 stuff off the rip. It's GG. People aren't playing it because there isn't really anything to do. It just depends. It depends how you look at it like that, you know? I feel like there's a lot of things for people to do if they don't play the game as much as a tryhard does. I mean, you literally have the raid. You can do defeat raids. You can unlock, you know, the SMG from the raid. You can unlock, you know, tier 5 mints and shit like that. It's just, I think a lot of people just don't go for that kind of stuff in the game right now, and that's what I don't understand. Like, how come, like, at least get the god roll shit, and then once you've gotten all the god roll shit, you can just put the game down, you know? And what people will tell you is, it's not worth it. It's not worth their time. They'll be like, ah, well, it's not worth it. I don't need that stuff. Like, okay, well, I guess you don't need it then. And it's because of the gameplay loop. I already canceled Dahlia. I didn't tweet about it yet, but I was gonna tweet tonight. But yeah, I already canceled. Got too much stuff going on. I play Renegades. If you're going to be maxed out, well, that's the big question. What's Bungie going to do to reward us for being maxed out? Are they like, what are they going to do? Like, I can't just run from it. I have to be the voice of reason. You know. No, I agree, though. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I really don't have fun at TwitchCon anymore. Not the same. We'd rather have less to do than the power grind. I agree with that, but then again, like, what are you gonna? If Bungie keeps the same system that we're doing right now, then you're just going to be max level and you guys are going to get everything in Renegades, and then oh no, I'm still going. I really wasn't bummed about missing this year. That's what I meant. Cause like I had stuff come up and I was just like, I got a choice: either go to TwitchCon or like miss some family events and stuff. And I was just like, you know, it's not a big deal. I was gonna tweet tonight, but I'm not going to TwitchCon to let people know. Yeah, so we had a guy get error coded, so yeah, this is definitely gonna be a slower time. But I mean, this is -40, and its ultimate content's gonna be -30 next week. Like, it's a set delta, so yeah. I mean, this is nowhere, like, no, not hard at all. But I think a lot of people don't know that that's gonna happen. That there's gonna be fixed deltas for the content now, because they probably don't read it.
We've spotted an armored vehicle. See if it's still operational.
Very good. Stay one step ahead of Maya.
What a great find. Jinju and I are excited to study it.
But yeah, I'll miss out TwitchCon this year. Kind of bummed, but definitely not what it used to be. Did not mean to do that. I know of the name, Sam. Why? The fuck is this? How many majors are spawning? Jesus Christ. Yeah, he mainly plays on what's it called? Kick. How many are in here? Dude, how many fucking majors do we gotta kill? bad RNG one. Jesus Christ. Die. Jeez. Where's the other one at in the back?
Secured. Good work.
Yeah, blue, yeah. I don't mind TwitchCon, like I have fun there, but I have way better fun at other conventions like GCX. Yeah, GCX is definitely fun as shit to go to. Who's my favorite streamer? What's so fun about GCX? I mean, I get to hang around like all my Destiny friends and a lot of the community, and I just like the area in Florida. Just a good time. Get shit faced and party it up, you know. TwitchCon is all about just clicks. Like when you're at GCX, it feels like family. Favorite streamers that I watch, like, is Sweat and Glad all the time and Tim the Tap Man. Those three streamers I pretty much watch the most. I just watched Tim from back in the day, but you know, I've always watched Glad and Sweat. I mean, they're my homies, you know. But I don't really like browse Twitch. Like, if people were to ask me like who certain streamers were, I don't know shit. I don't like. When I end stream, it's either I'm vibing, chilling, or I'm like not paying attention to the internet, you know. Don't know how to have fun in Destiny 2 anymore. You have people to play with? I mean, that's one way. All my friends quit. So if your friends quit,
Oh, that looks complicated. I hope I don't have to ask Clovis for help.
but you still want to play, wouldn't it be better to just find new people to play with? Like, if you're not, unless you're like IRL friends with people, they're just gaming friends. I mean, dog, it's time to replace them. But just, you know, sitting around being like, oh, all my friends quit, I got no one to play with. I mean, it's not gonna, that's not gonna feed your Destiny. Your like Destiny itch, you know. Like, you want to play the game and you want to do cool stuff in the game, or you want to do Endgame, and if you don't have people to play with and you're just gonna wait around, then what? I mean, you can meet raid friends in LFG. I mean, I know it's like fucking haunted stories that you've heard. You've heard like, oh dude, I heard the LFG stories. They're so bad, but they're not all bad. I always look at it as how bad do you want to play the game. Like if you want to play the game and you still want to have fun, you know, you gotta find that purpose of why you're still playing the game. You know, like why are you still having fun with Destiny 2? What do you like about it? You know, me, I like using my abilities and fighting monsters, and because I don't get that feeling in any other game. You know, so sometimes you got to suck it up and, you know, play with randoms and get shit on, and it happens. But it's always the same thing. People just go, my friends don't play no more, so I can't play the game. And it's definitely not. It's definitely not like what people need to do. I mean, if I still wanted to play the game a lot, I would find people that wanted to play the game. Find people that want to actually, you know, learn the game. Find new people to raid with. Find new people to do day ones with. Have fun. And that's out there. It's a rare breed. But, you know, challenge yourself, you know, try and be like, all right, you know, right now I want to find a raid team to play with. And then maybe we could do some 3 feet normal raids or some 5 feet normal raids. It took a lot longer than I expected, but hey, not bad for a 2-man. GG. I'm sure LFG right now is fucking brutal, yeah. Hey, we did it, gamer. Only took us 19 minutes, but we did it.
I felt my hands close around my throat, stealing my...
What's a good DPS Titan build? For the raid? It just depends, like, you know. Depends what you're trying to do. Are you doing the new raid? Are you doing Desert Perpetual? Or are you just looking for a simple build, period? Tried doing that, but I have a kid on the weekend. Wait. Did I read that right? I tried doing that, but I have my kid on the weekend, and when they hear them on the mic, I get kicked. I mean, don't play with fucking children then. Don't play with 12-year-olds. You literally get kicked out of a raid because you got a baby in the background? Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you play with fucking jobless little children that live in their mom's basement. I mean, what the fuck? You got to set a fucking standard, man. When you join into an LFG, you just let people know, like, hey, man, you know, like my intro to an LFG would be like, hey, man, I'm just joining up. I'm looking to do a chill run. I'd like to have comms just so we don't wipe a lot. You know, if anyone needs help in the explanation of the encounters, we can do that. Someone starts giggling, someone starts being immature, I'm out. I leave the VC, I leave it, I'm out. See ya. You know, or I'll tell the team, like, hey man, this dude's kind of annoying. We can bounce, we can make a new team. Like, you're not there to babysit. You know, fuck all that. But people are scared to like speak up. I don't know, man. I think something's in the water. People are scared to put their foot down nowadays. Like, don't take no one's shit, you know?
Good luck.
Um,
Sign here.
trust me, if we literally had like more reason to do the raids and stuff, I would start doing raids again. But like, dude, it's like you got to pull teeth just to get fucking people to raid nowadays, you know? And people really don't want to do Desert Perpetual.
Let's check. You must have messages.
I need to. I forgot what pieces I'm missing here to get 200 melee, but I'm still missing pieces. Not without teaching. Yeah, well, that's the thing, man. Like, if there was content in the game and there was reason for people to learn, people would replay it and people would like keep doing it and want to get better at the game because there is a reason to get better at the video game, you know? That's the hard thing. Well, yeah. If you do you and two other people in ULFG, that's different. You have control of half the fire team. That's a totally different thing too. You know, if you have like yourself and two friends and you guys go LFG, three people, Shim, you know, you pretty much say, hey, me and my homies got you. You know, just stand there and listen and get your loot. But you know, people aren't doing that. You know. Well, yeah. Well, Fire Bandit, I mean, I could tell you right now, the reason why I don't teach your raids anymore is because I was tired of it. I was tired of only getting viewers and only getting subs when I was fucking helping people. I was literally a puppet, you know, and I did that service streaming for many years, and I got burnt out, you know, doing 5-6 hour raids, dude. And some of those raids for no reason was terrible. It wasn't worth my time anymore, you know. Now we do we do the strat now, the exclamation point generosity. You know, these trial streamers, they're making bank. They're 10 subs and they're taking people to the lighthouse. If I can get 10 subs for every raid help I do, oh, I'm in. Sign me up. But I just don't want to go down that route because the raid isn't replayable and it's not desired enough. But like, if I was getting paid for my efforts, I'll go take my ass whooping in the raid. Fuck yeah. But if I'm not getting paid for my efforts, I'm not doing that shit no more. I don't mind teaching raids and stuff, but like, dude, Desert Perpetual's easy. You do normal mode, you can literally take 3 newbies through it. No problem. 3 experienced players can take 3 newbies through normal. But when you start going into epic, an epic raid, you can only teach like 2 at a time. Because, dude, Hydra will fucking ruin your fire team, you know? And, what's my state of D2 right now? Oh, I just did an hour yap session. We'll put it on YouTube, but yeah, you missed out. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how next week goes. We'll see how this update goes. You know, people have been asking me to do raids again. I might do raids again. I don't know. We'll see. It's just, again, it's tough. It's tough to keep doing. I don't mind doing a stream or 2, but I can't do it like I used to 4 or 5 days a week. I mean, there's no need for it, you know. But it's not that bad. It's really not. You know, especially normal. Normal, it's free to teach that one. But, you know, I feel like people in the community need to understand that you should do at least 3-4 normals first before going into an epic. But people don't want to take that route, you know. They would just want to go into it right away and juice it up. And it's like, epic will kick your ass, you know. Bungie needs to ship Marathon and get more devs back on D2. I don't know, man. I kind of want to believe that theory, but I kind of don't. Like, I know that a lot of the devs are working on Marathon, but like Bungie knew that before the game even came out. They knew that they were going to take some staff and put them on Marathon. We'll see. You're playing Crucible, still having fun? Are you playing on console? Want to try something else? Hey, I'm having a great time just sitting here talking to chat. I'm not bored. I made a YouTube video today. I'm talking to chat. I showed up to work. I just had 2 days off. I'm having a blast. You play on console? Yeah. Well, console lobbies are a lot different than PC, so console lobbies, you got a chance to shoot your teammates. On PC, you're playing against gods. A lot of people keep saying D3 would be the answer. I mean, I feel like it's too late for that. I know the D3, the community wants that, but like, again, the biggest throw in Destiny 2 in Bungie history was not making Destiny 3, like Glad said. Again, and then let's roll back the footage when they brought out Vault of Glass, Not gods, maybe cheaters. No, I mean it's totally different when, not all cheaters and quick play and stuff. PC lobbies are just a lot more sweatier, that's all. Like you could tell when you're going up against a controller player, people just they can't look up and stuff. But hey, I wish they put more loot in PvP for you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Anyways, this is where I need chat. When did Vault of Glass come out remastered in D2? I know you guys know the fucking name by heart, or the date by heart. What year? I'm not, babe. No. 2021. Okay. So when do you think they started fixing Vault of Glass for D2? 2020? When do you guys think they worked on it? All right, so we'll say 2020, Right when they were sitting at that table, they should have done Wrath of the Machine. Okay? And and right at that moment, around that time too, Destiny 3 should have been on the table. So that means they threw 6 years ago, But you have to understand, when they came out with Destiny 2, they wanted to keep running with it, and they didn't want to recreate a new game. So that was their biggest throw. So ever since then, they've been trying to make a Band-Aid, Be Red, that's already been tried in the past. I would love to do that, but I literally just don't care about competing or being competitive in Destiny 2 ever again. I know it'd be fun to watch, but it's just... You probably don't remember, but you helped me with Ron during your stream and my girlfriend, everything. You really made me happy during that time. Thank you. Thank you. So when Bungie threw that idea out the door of making Vault, what's it called? Wrath of the Machine, chalked it, So that was it. Wrath of the Machine was chalked. They didn't want to do it. They didn't want to bring Destiny 3. They didn't want to drop old gen. As soon as Destiny 2 launched, and they're like, as soon as it launched, everyone said, is it on the fucking Tiger engine? Is it on the same fucking engine as D1? Boom. That's where they fucked up, man. I don't think Destiny Rising was even on Bungie's plate. Bungie just wanted to make money off NetEase, and NetEase said, hey, can we use your name and make a game so we can have a mobile gacha game? Because Bungie couldn't have a gacha game. If Bungie actually had a gacha game and they had the actual rights to it, they would get folded by the community. But they saw it as an easy way to make money off NetEase. NetEase bought the name, and boom. And then when NetEase made that game, they're like, let's give them everything that they're missing in Destiny 2. Like that's just corporate marketing 101, you know? So the engine doesn't need an overhaul. The engine that this game plays on needs to be scrapped, you know? PC players have to cap their frames at low frame rates so they don't crash. It's just been really, 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 really bad. You know? It's again, but like a lot of people are saying they want D3, but I think D3 would come with a lot of D2 problems as well. You know, there's a lot. Well, if they'll never switch engines, then it's GG. You know. I just don't understand how you can be in the lowest population, lower than Curse of Osiris, and not even say a fucking word. You don't want to switch to Unreal Engine. You really don't want to. Look at all the Unreal Engine games are having huge issues right now. They could find like a middle ground. I just don't understand how they haven't said a word. I mean, everyone keeps saying Marathon, but where's the proof? How's the whole studio working on Marathon? We don't know the actual numbers. I think that's all he said, she said. We don't know the actual numbers of how many employees are working on Destiny 2, Renegades, and future content and Marathon. You know, we don't know. We can't use common sense. We need actual numbers. We can't assume anything. We need actual numbers to make that statement, you know. We need evidence. You know. That's how I feel, you know. I think they would need time to make Destiny 3 a good game, because if Destiny 3 launches with Destiny 2 issues, it's dead on arrival. People are just going to be like, you did the same shit that we told you not to do. So I just feel like Bungie's put in a corner. Like they just, it's, yeah, I mean. Marathon stream, they mentioned there were about 300 people working on the game. Yeah, but Bungie has like what, 1,200 employees? $700 after layoffs, but then they hired more. They hired another 200 people after the layoffs. Yeah, look at Borderlands 4. Yeah, massive issue at launch. Launched, you know, their fucking CEO goes on Twitter and talks shit about people's computers and Unreal 5 engine, and after a month, it's chalked. Borderlands will pump back up, though, because they're having seasonal content come and more bosses dropping in the future, but with all that bad performance, we knew that was going to happen. I mean, the average shelf life for most games right now is a month or less. Every game is like that now. Yeah, Bungie laid off people and then hired people. Yep. They laid like 400. They laid, I forgot what the percent was, 10, 15%, and then they hired 200 more people. You gotta understand though, you don't know why people get laid off. People could get laid off for seniority. They could get laid off for bad performance. They could have bad work ethics. Like, I don't know if you've I don't even want to go down this rabbit hole with people, but have you seen the workforce nowadays? People go to work at Google and they take videos of breaks and they sit at their desk for 2.5 hours of their 8-hour shift. They're out doing social time, 15-minute breaks, hour lunches. The workforce is not what it used to be, man. So it's everybody clocks into work nowadays and they do bare minimum for their paychecks, and then they wonder why they don't get bonuses and they don't get promotions. I mean, it's so bad now. People don't want to work, you know. People go on social media and, you know, the younger generations sound off now saying they don't want to work for shit wages, and, you know, it's a fucking crazy movement that's going on right now, and people just think it's going to get easier. They think that, you know, you're just automatically going to make $100,000 and some house is going to pop up on the market that's only $200,000, you know. People look at life a lot different nowadays, and they're just living in a fucking balloon. It's crazy as shit. So again, a lot of these companies are being forced to rush their work, or they're lazy and they're trying to do bare minimum and they're putting shit games out and they're getting called out for it. You know? That's just how it is, man. Like, think about it. Unless it's like a single player game, like if it's like Elden Ring, or it's Elden Ring's DLC, or God of War, or Lies of P, or Claire Obscura and shit like that, like, unless it's games like that, those games are thriving right now. Those games are surviving. Live service games and seasonal update PvP games, they're just not what they used to be. You know? And we just got to accept that. That's it. But when you're put into a situation like this where the game is struggling with replayability and player base, and the community and the company just doesn't reach out and try and fix it, like they don't care, it just shows that, you know, are we just a fucking dollar sign, you know? The only excitement you get in the game right now is when there's a bug. Slashing, crafting, you know, some supers one-shotting bosses, you know. Yeah, this tower's empty. I don't know. It's I'm in like a streamer tower or something. One guy in here. Do I think they hope D2 dies? That's, I mean, we can't say that. We can't have that mentality. But there's something going on that's encouraging Bungie to not care right now, because they're just like, fuck it. It's going to be dog shit. We know it, you know, like, I just want to know what goes through their minds, of their thought process of, you know, the last 3 updates, not just Tuesday's update, but I'm talking like the exotic mission. So many people asked, oh my God, there's exotic mission on Tuesday. We didn't even know it was coming. And then when we told everybody that it was kind of mid, people sound off in the comments. They're like, dude, Clyde, I can't believe you called the mission mid. It's a free-to-play mission. Give Bungie a break. Bro, suck their dick some more. Fuck that. They glazed that shit, saying it was an exotic mission where you're getting exotic axe, and they had to delay it because it wasn't finished yet. And they gave us some dog shit Spyro the Watcher fucking copy-paste mid-ass mission. And we're supposed to praise them for that? Nah. No. Fuck that. You know, I mean, good mids, if you're a real Destiny fan, you would never ever, if you've been playing Destiny for years, you would never say, let this game die already. If you're a true Destiny fan, you would never say those words. You have since D1? I don't give a shit. You're still fake. Just because you're not having fun doesn't mean other people can't have fun. Just my opinion. You don't want the game to do good. That doesn't mean that other people don't. They need to bring back all Red War. Well, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. It was a good run realistically. Hell, opinion game needs to die to start again. D3. You guys do understand that Destiny 3 would take 2 years to fucking make or more. How in the fuck is killing the game and we're just supposed to sit around for 2 years? Like, come on, man. A game doesn't need to last forever, but how come people that still play it, you know, like you've never said a word in my chat, good mids, and the first message you come in there is say let the game die. Like, I just feel like that you got to be on a comfortable level to say that in someone's chat, you know. You lurk? Okay. But that was your if you watched me and you know how I am, that I'm not some pushover, that would be your first message to say, not, hey, Clyde, love the content, been lurking for a while. That's what you choose? Again, let's go back to today's workforce. You really think Bungie could just announce a D3 right now? That game wouldn't be done for 3 years. How do you see a large scale of players returning realistically? I don't. People have made up their mind. People that want to play it, they're going to play it. People that don't, they're not going to. People already made up their mind, you know? You got to understand, it's different. It's different. We're not in the COVID where everyone's afraid to go outside and player base is booming and Forsaken and the glory days of video games back then. Video games aren't meant to last right now. So no matter what Bungie does, they're put in a corner, they're going to fail. In today's market of everyone's comments of how everybody feels about video games, most dev companies fail on arrival because the gaming competitive market is so high. You know?
She said she wanted to express herself, so
Like how are we supposed to? How would you make a good game? You know, we're starting to have a nice little battle here. What would make D3? So Laser Hamster and what was the other guy? What was his name? Good mids. What's so special about D3 that it would excite you? What's gonna make you get a boner for the game again? I guarantee they say stuff that I already said earlier. They were just late to the party. What if Sony has another team start D3? Sony doesn't know how to make a fucking game, dog. Sony would suck at making a Destiny 3. Bungie makes Destiny, not Sony. Sony's fucking bozos, dog. They tried with Concord. It failed. We need the OG Bungie godheads that used to work there to make a good Destiny game again. Not these new fucking people that work there. Let's be honest. Sony sucks. They would fail out. They would fail. New product, new optics, new galaxy, new missions, new gear. I mean, yeah, I'm just tuning in, but watching Gsxrclyde, I agree with this opinion. Yes, that would take years, but it'd be better than trying to revive this dead product. So you just rephrased what you watched in Cross's video. Got it. So, me, I'm a greedy son of a bitch, Laser. I want both. I want them to create a Destiny 3, but also make Destiny 2 playable. Well, no, I just thought, Laser, you'd have your own opinion, not just what he said. Because Because if we get D3, you're just saying, hey, let D2 die, no one play it no more, shut it off, wait for D3. That's what it sounds like people want. And to me, that's not a good business model. You know? Bungie had a way to make Destiny 3. They threw it away. And right now, people think that there's a movement that we could just tweet Destiny 3 every day and they're just going to snap their fingers and do it. They're not going to do it. You know? Exactly. They don't have the finances, they don't have the willpower, they don't have the manpower to do it, but they just won't admit it, Laser. Now we found the problem. Now we're on the same page. They just need to admit it that they can't do it. That's all they gotta do. They can answer your question, Laser. They can answer my question. But they won't. So a lot of people now, you know, they're just screaming D3s, which is, it's not a big problem. I don't want Destiny 3 to be made if Destiny 2 is not playable. I still think that Destiny 2 should be updated, and I still think it should be getting, you know, its seasonal updates, but at a bare minimum. So where it's like, if people want to play it, they can. But if they announce that Destiny 3 is coming, sure. But the bar would be set so high for Destiny 3 that it could have to be flawless on arrival, and that's just not going to happen. You know? So if Destiny 2 can't be fixed because Bungie took a gamble on this whole portal system and now they're trying to fix it, how would Destiny 3 not be dead on arrival? I think Bungie's out of good ideas. I think you start from the foundation and go up. You need the new engine. Okay? That's where we start. If Bungie talked to us more, we'd understand this. Let's see what Good Mids had to say. He said, need something new. I tried to jump back in the reset with the new armor system. It really didn't feel rewarding. I found the power grind really lackluster. It felt like a cheap way to get player engagement. Running the same mission over and over. Yep, I agree with you there. Good Mids. I wish we could just hit the rewind button, because a week before Edge of Fate launched, I told people, I said, the portal system, you're going to run the same mission with the same modifiers all the way to max power. And everybody called me a fraud. They're like, Clyde, you're wrong. The portal's going to bring so much diversity. I got shit on for it. By the way, we're just having conversations right now. I'm not arguing with anybody. I'm just saying, like, I'm putting you in the hot seat just because, like, we can't just give up on one thing to move on to the next. If the problems are in Destiny 2 right now, they're going to be in Destiny 3. It's the same shit. They're out of good ideas. The fact that we got Prismatic in final shape and haven't had a single rework or any new fragments is fucking beyond my belief. It's insane. Biggest throw ever. They're like, oh, let's buff these. I mean, yes, don't get me wrong. A Bonk Hammer Titan, you can run Prismatic. That's fine. But, like, right now, there's certain classes like Hunter and Warlock where it benefits you so more to stay on Prismatic. You know? But the power creep of the game is Sony's fault. I still don't understand your point, although trying to save Destiny 2. Because you have to understand, if you make a Destiny 3, you still need a foundation of Destiny 2, Laser. You can't just give up on Destiny 2. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, if you just give up on Destiny 2 and you're saying your strat, like what you said, just say, fuck Destiny 2, no more paid updates, the year of prophecy, it's over, and we're just going to wait on Destiny 3. That means literally the player base is dead until Destiny 3. And we have to wait for betas, playtests. I mean, you're looking at 2-3 years of nothing. Like, do you really want to go 2-3 years without playing Destiny at all? Even with a little bit of update? Well, they made Destiny 2, Laser, to branch out the next-gen console and PC, which they rushed. And that was a fucking mistake. But they had to be they had to become the competitive market because the investors made those decisions, you know. What's up, Zach? I just really don't think that if it's like, it goes back to what Glad said. The biggest mistake in Destiny's history and Bungie's history was not trying to make a D3. So even if right now, let's say they're listening to us right now, little birdie's telling Bungie right now to snap their fingers and make D3, I don't think they're capable of making a good game in multiple years. What if they bring back the entire DCV for us to play? OGs don't want that. If you want to play old content, go play D1. If you want to play old content to D2, should have been there. Sucks you weren't around. That's my mentality. I fucking don't want to go play old content, man. Look what we're doing with Reclaim. We're literally doing a half-assed Borderland or Plaguelands. But most of you would want that. Most players right now are asking for old content. Dog, you can't even find people to play the Portal with, let alone match-made activities. You think old content's gonna work? You know? If you want to do the old raids, you want to do the old raids and the dungeons and the raid layers, don't worry, they'll come back in March with End of the Light. You want Scourge? That's fine. You want Scourge? You want old raids? That's fine. That doesn't fix the problem. You could bring back every single raid in Destiny 2 they took out. That still doesn't fix the problem right now. People aren't raiding, dog. People aren't playing the game. You think that's going to bring people back? You got new builds and new weapons right now, and you have nothing to show them in. That might bring a little spark. That might spark a little bit, but that's not enough. You're forgetting one thing. Storage. Old gen consoles. Shitty Tiger engine. It can't support all that on one game. So we can't... There's always a hiccup. If you want something, you got to sacrifice something. Drop old gen? I mean, they just banned Russia and lost 10% of their player base, so they might lose another 5-10% with old gen. I agree. I agree. Trust me, I agree with you. But if... Now you're talking, Laser. What if Bungie partnered with another organization like NetEase or Vicarious Visions, which they could never talk to again and shit like that, to make D3? Now we're talking, but they'll never do it because their fucking egos are too high. They won't do it. They won't budge. They want to be an independent studio. That would be their savior. That's it. Plus, they'd need more money from Sony. Well, yeah, good mids, but what you just said too is what I said. The game's only fun when there's bugs and shit, but when people actually have to put in the elbow grease and go do a hard raid or a hard activity, they complain that they can't beat it. Thick, thank you for the 43-month resub. Bungie's egos are through the roof. I don't think you guys understand how toxic the work environment is. Have you guys like read anything on the company? They fired people at Bungie for being against them. If you disagree with what they are doing in the workforce, they fire you. Like, hello? Are we real fans? Have you seen the bullshit over the years that's happened at that company? Dog. You have no fucking clue. Woo. There's a lot of dark secrets, man. It's like a click in that bitch. Exactly. Exactly, mids. Everybody likes when you can one-shot everything, but when you got to put in a little bit of elbow grease and teach people mechanics, they don't want to do it. I've never understood that over the years when I've sat there and talked to people like, hey, why don't you like teaching raids? I don't like teaching people. I just expect them to do their job. I'm like, well, that's a shitty mentality. You ever wonder why people don't want to play with you and you don't have friends? Well, I don't really care. That's a good fucking attitude to have. Sweat said this from his time there. It felt like it was a sit down and nod situation. Yeah, I mean, I was only in one interview with Bungie, and I got to hear some ideas. And every time I spoke up and said something, they were just like, "Well, you know, we were thinking about that idea, but we chose this instead." And everybody else's question was avoided as well. They said they always had an excuse on why something wasn't good. Go watch Chris Proctor getting interviewed with Fallout and them, or what was that podcast that they were doing for a while where they'd interview the Sandbox team?
I work for a Fortune 5 company you've heard of. The key to our success and what I'm expected to do is disagree with everything and expect to be disagreed with. Additionally, we would play old raids and dungeons if they had killer set bonuses.
Is that peace? I can't see. Work for a Fortune 500 company you've heard of. The key to our success is that what I'm expected to do is disagree with everyone and expect to be disagreed with. Additionally, we would play old raids and dungeons if they had killer set bonuses. That's true. Firing range. Yeah, the firing range. Every time that you'd see Chris Proctor on that firing range and they'd be asked honest questions about why is this and why is that, they dodge it. You know? Pure, I mean, it's different. You know, me, I want the game to do well because this game changed my life, and it's a big milestone of my career, so I want it to do well. But I feel like after Renegades, I gotta think about, you know, what I want to do, because I can stretch this out till Renegades, but if Renegades is bad, I mean, the community's just gonna fold, and people are gonna come into stream every day and say, why do you play this garbage? They're already doing it now. But I could tough it out till Renegades, but after Renegades, I'll figure it out. I'm not even worried about that. You know, I'm not worried about my channel. I'll always figure that out. I can do IRL streams. I can sit here and do exactly what I've been doing for the last 4 hours. Been doing bare minimum, just sitting here on my ass doing shit. But, you know, I don't quit on stuff, man. I'm not a quitter, so I don't think we're at that time yet. I think that people still love this game and they want to see it do well, but again, it's just bad leadership, bad management. They're not coming forward. They're not taking accountability, and that's what we're, you know, that's what we're waiting for. You know, we're waiting for them to take accountability and just finally admit they fucked up. But we don't know if that's ever going to happen. You know. Yeah, but Bruce, I don't mind it though. This is like, I actually love the community, and I think that even when Destiny's been in its lowest, that's when I've had the fun the most streaming it. You know? Over the years, every time the player base has dropped, I always toughed it out, and it was always good for me. So I've been having a blast. Like the last 2 weeks streaming it, I've been having fun. We've been making YouTube videos. We've been having fun doing stupid shit, just talking about dumbass shit. And this is lower than Curse of Osiris. Yeah, the player base is that bad right now. I mean, I don't see it as a smart way for me. You know, smart way for me is to you know, stream other games and do what I want. I'm not really enjoying any other games right now. You know, I've been playing Diablo in my free time. I'm getting to the point of that where I'm running out of stuff to do because pretty much I'm just farming for mythics right now, which are fucking impossible to get, and you know, runes that are worth 200, 300 million. So, but I've been playing the shit out of Diablo the last 2 weeks, and I've been having a blast. So it's like now what, you know? Just gonna chill. There's nothing wrong with me pulling the brakes back a little bit. You know, I want to do more IRL stuff with Lana. We're gonna do a pumpkin carving stream here soon. Cooking streams are fun, but you know, nothing wrong with me taking a little bit of time. You know, maybe going back to 6 days a week, 5 days a week. You know, taking a little breather time. I mean, why don't I stream Diablo? Because no one wants to watch this shit. Chat's dead. If it's not good for business, I don't stream it. I've been doing sponsored stuff. I worked on a sponsored video yesterday. I got a Raid Shadow Legends video coming out. We love Raid Shadow Legends. We got a Warframe sponsor coming up this week. I've just been doing a lot of business side on my free time. I've been contacting companies trying to, you know, make up for my losses. You know, I'm just a businessman. You know, when I see viewerships down and sub counts down, I go out and get it. I'll start hitting companies up like, hey man, you guys want some sponsored shit? Let's go. I'm a go-getter, dude. So trying to get the Black Cherry Gamer Subs restocked. It's going to be about 4 more weeks. So, hey man. Diablo has twice the many viewers on Twitch right now than D2. Yeah, because they're like grandfathered in. I'm saying my viewership. They don't like watching me play it. So. Yeah, exactly. Laughing mad. That's what I'm saying. They just need to stop with their we hear you feedback bullshit and just be like, hey, look, we fucked up and we're gonna fix it. But their egos are too high. They just don't want to. Not on that game, Crawford. No. I mean, I'm kind of like running out of stuff to do there. But like another game, yeah, sure. But like, there's nothing that's gonna pull me away from like my daily grind to do that. Trust me, a lot of people just don't realize like it's a 1% chance for you to play variety. Cross is a 1% streamer in the world, so I was glad. I can't just go stream whatever game I want. If I sit on 190, 200 viewers, I feel like I'm just fucking up and I suck and I can't live with that. My ego's. I've been streaming for so long, I can't live with it. So. I can't just play a game just to play a game on stream. I'm a businessman, you know, because it hurts me on my sponsorships. If I start playing other games and my viewers drop, companies will reach out to me and make me work for 25% of the pay I'm used to. And if I could sit on Destiny and just yap like this, I'm cool with it. You know, it's an easy day at work for me. I appreciate you guys wanting me to push on to new adventures, but if a game, like I said, if Outriders drop tomorrow or First Ascent in a game like that, I'm gone. I'd shut off Destiny right now and I'd go grind the fuck out of it for 12 hours a day. But there's nothing like that coming out soon, so that's what I want, you know? I need a game like that to come out again for me to go jump on that bandwagon. Until then, I can't. It's not smart. Exactly, Teep. He wins. Yeah, when DMG commented to Sweat's post and said, ouch, yeah. I mean, DMG's never going to hear the end of that because he tweeted about momentum. And now, you know, I feel bad for Dylan. Like, he shouldn't be the punching bag of the community. Other people need to start stepping up. Leadership needs to start stepping up. Obviously, they paid Dylan a lot of money to come back to the company, so he's he's the guinea pig, so I respect it, but it's not enough for the community right now. And you can just tell, like, there's no updates on Twitter, there's no updates in the Bungie articles, there's nothing. Yo, Mick, thanks for the $9.99 super chat. Yeah, OTB. Yeah. I mean, that's what I was going to start doing, like one day a week, just start playing some variety, mixing it in. I was definitely going to start doing that.
She said she wanted to express herself. So I gave her a thumbs up.
Well, I owe you guys a scary game I gotta play. Because we hit that for the sub goal, so I'm gonna be playing that probably next week. But other games to add into variety right now, I got nothing. So my Titan is dancing to your music. I'm gonna bring a list of scary games, like 5 of them, and I'll let you guys vote on them. Oh, you got hit with the scammer message? No. If you're able to make a subclass for the game, what would it be? I honestly, I wouldn't even know. People always ask me that. What app do I use for my tower RGB? I honestly don't know. It's a Lee and Lee software. Battlefield not on my radar? Not really. I watch people play it. I got Battlefield. I can literally play it right now. I'm not gonna lie, you know. Everything has been a fucking blur non-stop leading up to the wedding this year, and the stress with Lana's family and all the shit I had to deal with just this year. There's nothing wrong with being a little lazy right now, as long as I'm making clips for TikTok and YouTube and uploading YouTube videos and streams. It's okay for me to pump on the brakes a little bit and just take some of this relaxed time, so it's kind of nice. So I have no problem with being a little lazy right now. I don't play TFD anymore. No, the devs didn't listen to that game either. They just made you one-shot everything. As soon as they made the character Serena, that game went downhill. Again, not sustainable for numbers either. I mean, I'd literally have to go over there and carry that directory too. It's the same shit. 394 viewers. Like, that's just fucking terrible. Yeah. No, in variety gaming, it doesn't have to be. But I'm working on it. Again, it's just I'm working on new things. Right now I'm trying to get gamer subs. You know what? Yeah, let's just have a serious talk real quick. Stuff I'm working on right now. It is October. We're getting ready for Secret Santa. I start prepping 2 months before. Secret Santa is going to be coming up in August. It's time to hang it up, Gramps. In December for Christmas. Thick, thanks again for the 43 months. So in 2 months, we're going to be doing our Secret Santa giveaway for Christmas. I give away a lot of prizes. I give away PCs, consoles, you name it. We do crazy shit. I pretty much make a list. You ask me what you want for Christmas. We spin the wheel. If it lands on you, we try and make it happen. So I'm prepping for that. I'm trying to get Gamer Subs restocked. We got the new label for Black Cherry. It hasn't been restocked in a long time, so we're trying to make that come back and do crazy in sales. You know, so those are my two things right now to be juiced up. And now I'm trying to think about what I do with my content. I want to do more IRL stuff. I have fun doing IRL streams in my kitchen. I'd like to do more cooking streams. Now it's coming up in the winter time, so we can't really do much. But me and Lana talked, like maybe we could take a road trip, or maybe we could do something to bring back some IRL content, or something to give you guys on a different like entertainment factor. And then I told myself like, hey, maybe I start going down to like 6 days a week streaming, you know, making sure that I at least take 1 day off a week anymore, but also mix in some variety once a week. Once a week, I just play a variety day, you know, and I could just play whatever game I want, you know, whatever game I want to play, just check it out, you know, or do something. So that's all stuff that I'm working on right now. I just haven't really had time to like implement everything. That's kind of where I'm at. So I will play the scary game because I owe you guys it for the sub goal we hit. I'd love to do football. I'd love to just sit here and stream football all day. It'd be fucking great. Fantastic, but we're not allowed to do that. Yeah, I'll give you guys the scary game, and I'm just gonna go do what I can, you know. That's my plan. But I'm okay with having like a slow winter and just taking it down. I mean, you guys gotta understand, it's been, I mean, I average around 270 plus hours of work a month. And I've done that for the last 9.5 years. So it's okay for me to be lazy for a month or two and leading up to December. I'm cool with that. Because, you know, I've been busting my fucking ass. I might stream 210 hours a month, but I do a lot of work off stream. I do a lot of work off stream. I'm always sitting at this desk and doing something, you know, so. But I appreciate everybody like wanting me to do different things and work hard, but like, you know, I like streaming Destiny too. I like playing it. I have fun with it. I do, but Bungie's making it very fucking hard right now. Because they don't give a fuck. That's what's pissing me off. We'll see what happens though. When I make the list, do I check it twice? Always. Just searching for streamers that I used to watch, but they don't stream anymore. Oh, I mean, yeah, it's OGs are disappearing, man. Thank you, Harmony. What's up, Seth? But I think we gotta look at the net. We gotta look at the other stuff, and we can't just sit here and go, "Oh, you know, Bungie needs to make Destiny 3." I agree. You know, I agree something needs to be done, but I don't think they're. I don't think they're capable of making a good Destiny 3. They would have to really prove it to us that they know how to make a game. They'd have to do like, you know, a article or something and put, hey, this is what Destiny 3 should be, and a whole bunch of bullet points in there, meaning that they're putting that in the game to even prove to us that they know. Like, that'd be really fucking good. That'd be really good if we can just call them out on their bullshit and be like, hey, can you actually make a good D3? What would you put in it? And then see what they actually come up with before start working on it. And yeah, that'd be fucking impressive, because I don't think they could. NetEase. No. Everyone's just glazing NetEase because the game's actually good. But there is a huge pay to win factor in that game too, towards the end game. Like if you had multiple Gwens, you do 60%, 70% more damage. You know, when you guys saw me playing Destiny Horizon, the pay to win factor wasn't really in the game, but towards the end game, it's really bad. Where the game is now, to like get to where you need to be, 60,000 plus, there's a lot of pay to win factors in it. But they did a really good job. But you gotta understand, NetEase made Destiny Rising based off of Bungie's ideas, so they didn't come into NetEase already purchased a gold mine. They just found a way to fucking, you know, do it right, you know. Marvel Rivals is good. Yeah, for that genre, yeah. I mean, I'm all for it. If Bungie's like, hey, we'll work with NetEase to make D3, go for it. But, you know, I'm down for Bungie to work with any company. They can work with 7 different companies, you know. But they won't do it. I just think Bungie's egos are set way too high, you know. And I always say this, and I mean it. I think Bungie sits in their office and they go, we're still doing okay. We're still making money. Look at our player base. We're still winning. People are still buying Eververse. Fuck them. Fuck them. We don't need to give them better content. Fuck them. Until Bungie can call us out. Like, dude, they're never worried about competition. They're you know, look at Helldivers coming out, and the Helldivers devs are arguing with the Destiny devs. Like, dude, Bungie's toxic as fuck. They don't care. This content's top tier? Fuck yeah, it is. You fucking know it. That's why you're watching it. What would I say needs to happen to save the game as it sits right now? I mean, there's tons of stuff. I talked about it earlier. I think, you know, unstable cores, the portal changes, focusing loot, giving us a reason to grind again. You know, focused farming. If I want to go farm a smoke jumper pair of gauntlets, I can go do whatever activity I want. You know, less chores, more rewarding players' time, stuff like that. You're good. The game isn't as bad as it sits right now. It's just the portal. Bungie changed way too much in Edge of Fate, and they gambled, and it didn't pay off. And that's okay. The portal fucked their game up because everyone's, you know, this is like you guys, you don't think this is a good thing, but it really is. The player base seen through Bungie's bullshit. They seen through the scummy changes in the portal to not value your playtime. And Bungie's changes in Edge of Fate was to give one reason: player base retention. The player base saw that and they put the game down. What's wrong with that? You know? They got to respect people's playtime more. That's it. That's all. About them Cleveland Browns? Ah, dude, I'm a fucking Buckeyes fan. Fuck the Browns now. Ever since they signed Watson, I've just pretty much agreed that I won't watch the Cleveland Browns play a game for the next 5 years. So they're trying their best. At least we got Judkins. I just think Bungie needs to play the game more. I think Bungie needs to play their game more before they make the decisions, and that's the problem. They need to just stop with D2 and make something else. I don't believe in that statement. We were just talking about that a little bit ago. What do I think the percentage of devs that are past 300 to 400 light? Not many. Not many. DMG doesn't count. DMG is not a dev. He's a community manager. Actual devs. People that actually work on the people that actually work on the game. Devs don't play. The designers, the actual people behind the scenes, they don't play. Bare minimum. Show me accounts. Show me playtime. Did we forget that Joe Blackburn struggled with a champion? Did we forget about that one? I mean, I got a 07 Gsxr that I don't ride. I'm with you guys, though. I'm with you guys. I support the D3 movement, but I just don't think that they could make it. Like, if they can't fix D2, how can a D3 be better? You know what people are going to say? The first two things come to mind with Destiny 3. New engine, dedicated servers. Those two ideas are really great, but they don't add content to your game. So we're fucked on arrival right there. Just saying. A new engine and dedicated servers doesn't do anything for the game. It's still the same old boring bullshit. That's why I think Bungie was scared to make Destiny 3, because they knew it'd be dead on arrival because they ran out. As soon as they made Final Shape, and we knew Final Shape was coming, there was little birdies talk. You know, there's a lot of snitches at Bungie. A lot of the devs talk to the player base. For some reason, these devs and people that work for Bungie think it's okay to just snitch on the company and break NDAs. They do it all the time. We just seen it happen recently in the raid race. Guy got fired. When Final Shape was done and they announced that it was coming, there was talk around the office that they didn't know how to keep the game going after that. There was talk that they didn't know how to, after they ended the Light and Dark saga, they didn't know how to keep the game going. So we were already panicking back then. And that was all over Twitter. People were talking about it. People were like, hey, there's word on the street that Bungie doesn't know what to do. With Edge of Fate and Renegades and Ash and Iron, it really showed that they didn't know shit. So right there, they should have been like, hey, let's end the Light and Dark saga. Let's work on Destiny 3. And that's when they threw that idea away. You can't blame them, though. It's hard to keep a game going for so long. But there was opportunity on the table to make a new game. And they threw. So now the community is just begging for the new game. But Bungie doesn't know how to make it. Greeno, thanks for the new sub. Appreciate you being here. Thank you. Destiny was supposed to be a 10-year saga. They did it. But then they promised more, you know? And they're still promising. I don't ride the bike no more because I don't want to take my wife on it. She doesn't want to go on it. I thought about buying a new one, but it's not in the expenses right now.
Don't you understand, Clyde? We need another monthly donation drive for Seeing Eye Dogs in Bolivia to spend $25 to get a shader rather than new PvP maps and class aspects.
That's kind of fucked up piece to say, but it is true. Thank you for the $5. I mean, he's not fucking. I don't want to ride myself, nah. I usually take out my bike like twice a year, to be honest. Get a Harley? Yeah, buy me one. I'll ride it. I think last breath is Renegades, but you know what they're gonna do. They're gonna bring back all the old raids and make a Pantheon 2.0 in March just to pull you back. But if Renegades does suck after the dungeon's beaten and people farm it for a week, you got to remember, if we stay at 550 in Renegades and we just get spoiled with tier 5 drops all the time, it's dead on arrival 2 weeks. So people will put the game down from December to March. March, 100% Pantheon's coming back. It's been talked about for the past 2 years. Ever since Pantheon went away, they've always said they're going to bring it back. They just didn't choose to bring it back this year, so you already know what's coming back. Oh yeah, tree. Depressing. Show the mods, sure. Could Sony push for a D3? I mean, they could, but Sony would suck at making. In my opinion, Sony's studios can't make any Destiny content. It's our jam. I can't take a dump. I'm blocking up my butthole. Love that song. I think the only people that can make a good game is Bungie, not Sony. So, I mean, who knows? Maybe they'll prove it wrong and they'll be like, "Hey, we're stepping in and we're making bangers," and we're all surprised. Not the moment, Cornhub, no. Can't Sony Studios help with the budget issues that Bungie can make content? Who are they going to work with? Bungie's egos are too high. They're too stubborn to work with any other company. I don't think they can go work with Activision. They can't go work with Vicarious Visions because of the break they had before. What are they going to work with? NetEase? NetEase is all about one thing, making money. NetEase wants to charge you for their games, and Bungie's a free-to-play game. That's where we're at. Who are they going to get help from? Marvel Rivals is free to play. That's NetEase now. Yeah, but look how much money Marvel Rivals makes off their skins. Go look up their profit margins as a company on their skins of Marvel Rivals, and you'll see how much people pay for that shit. It's insane. Vicarious Vision is now working with Blizzard, so it's impossible. Exactly. That's why Bungie fucked themselves so hard on the way out. Because they literally made it so that they could never go back. They walked into work butt naked, making sure that they could never come back, you know? Yeah, mids. It's just like Fortnite, though. The reason why Marvel Rivals succeeds is because of the skins and the name and the hero shooter. That's it. It was a perfect game to make. People love hero shooters, so let's make it all about Marvel characters and everyone's favorite childhood characters growing up, and everyone was fooled because everyone thought you were going to be playing superheroes, but really everyone played the shark and tossed you guys off the map and pissed you all off when the game came out. Everyone was playing Jeff. But even now, when I hear people play competitive Marvel, they play it in my Discord, and they every game they're fucking miserable. Every game they're just miserable because they're going up against the sweatiest fucks in the world, and it's like, okay, that's not fun. To be good at like competitive games like that, you have to just eat, sleep, shit those games and play them nonstop every day to stay competitive. That's how Fortnite is now, you know. If you're not cranking 90s like the homies, you ain't shit. Unless you're playing no build. That's why COD got smart, and they're like, all right, you know, with Call of Duty, you know, when we release the Black Ops 7, we're just going to give you chill, quick play playlists, so it's not a sweat fest every run. If you want sweat fest, go play the competitive shit, you know. Plus, you have to understand that a lot of these games that are getting fucked over, not just Bungie, it's other games, it's because of Rockstar. Everyone thought that GTA 6 was coming out this year. So they rushed all their shit. And then Rockstar tweets and goes, oh, we're going to wait another year. See you later. pissed everybody off. It's just crazy. Do I have a backup plan if they shut down D2? I mean, they're never going to shut down D2. Do I have a backup plan after Renegades? I do. I'm going to start doing helicopter swings in gray sweatpants every Saturday night. Should make enough money to pay my bills, so we'll be good to go. Hot tier 4 subs incoming, you know? But no, I mean, yeah, if Renegade's fucked and we're in the same, if we're in the same boat as right now, like how the community is with the game, people are like, why are you still playing? Fuck this game, let it die. If that's the same mentality we have in Renegades, yeah, I'll switch things up and I'll hit my emergency button. I can't tell you guys what that is right now because I don't know what the fuck it is, so I have to sit here and think. But I've been around this long. Every time we always think it's just gonna up and die, it doesn't. So there's always hope. But I feel like that hope's gone out the window. I feel like Bungie needs to just start talking. They can't shadow drop Renegades early to save it. It's cooked. It's not even done yet. I don't want the game to die. I just want all the content creators. I mean, it's all fucked. I don't think a state of the game will even help, but yes, we want that. But that, you know, they're just gonna. It's just typical Bungie's BR bullshit, you know, or the PR bullshit. They're just gonna. Every article is we're listening and we understand, and you know, this week we're fixing this, and next week we're fixing this. You know, like I mean, look at this. Look. This shows you right here. Our next priority for unstable cores is to revisit the economy and address player feedback around this currency.
Prepaying for the sweatpants helicopter XD. Sorry again, we couldn't make it. Hope the wedding was incredible. Love you, Brock R.
What the fuck? Hey, yo. Benny with the $200 dono says, prepaying for the sweatpants helicopter. Sorry again, we couldn't make it. Hope the wedding was incredible. Love you, brother. Is that the Benny? Oh my God. I love you, man. You didn't have to do that. Thank you for the $200 juicer. Scared the shit out of me. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna miss you, man. I won't see you at TwitchCon. I had to cancel TwitchCon. If I was Benny, I wouldn't stream for at least another week. His voice was jacked. He was fucked up. I know you've been taking a couple days off, but take a couple more off. You deserve it. You busted your ass. You deserve. Yeah, dude. New Year's. Dude. Bro. Grizz and Millennium. Hijinks. How are you gonna miss out on that? I'm so jealous. The FOMO right now. Grizz's return concert's going on right now, the festival, and I'm not there, but at least I get to see him in October. Yeah, Knock. It's a banger lineup. If you want info, talk to me. I'll give you all the deets. But yeah, anyways, back to this. I love you, man. I do. Benny's the homie, chat. If you guys don't follow him, you're an idiot. I'll be in NA this year, so you down? Okay, let's talk. I mean, I can get you all the details right now, so you can just lock it in, so you don't have to be a last minute Larry like most people. I can give you all the info. But right here, though, chat, like them saying right here, our next priority is to revisit the players' feedback of unstable cores. Yeah, I'll do that, Benny. I'll just send you a DM. This has been a problem since week 1 of Edge of Fate, and they're still not addressing it. This just shows that they don't care. This is a panic change. How many of you remember when we played Edge of Fate the first week? Everybody came into chat. Thank you, Benny. How many people came into chat and they complained about the power level grind and the reset? You guys seen those messages nonstop. People were like, yo, Clyde, why are you playing this fucking game? They're going to reset our shit in December. And I said, chat, they won't reset our power. And then people called me a dumbass. They're like, Clyde, you don't know that. You can't say that. I know how this game works. And now they just confirmed it. So that's why I'm worried for Renegades, because they don't fucking know what they're doing. You know? Well, yeah. If you hit 400 before Solstice came out, that's the thing, though. People that actually played the game got rewarded. And that's bullshit, because it crippled the player base. When I was 400 and I was doing Solstice grind and I was going to Prime grind to 550, the only way my power level could go up was Primes and Solstice. So every piece of gear I got that was garbage, I deleted. That's how I got 900,000 unstable cores. But if you guys didn't do that grind, you never got to delete all your gear and save up unstable cores. Right now, you're broke. You know? What sucks. Well, I mean, Bungie's got their closed marathon beta coming up. I guess we'll find out how good it is when people play it. The fact that they're not having an open beta and letting people play it, I heard the NDA for it's fucking terrible. Like, someone I know got invited to play the closed beta for marathon, and they said the NDA is a joke. It'd be awesome if Bungie would contract me to fix the game. I don't want that. I honestly do not want that responsibility. I couldn't fix the game. I can give player feedback. I can give feedback on what you guys say and what I think's good for the game, but I would not want that responsibility. It's like a joke, literally, like Torque, of how much bullshit they put in it. Them developing Marathon might actually be the death of Destiny. I don't. I understand why they had to make Marathon. When the reason why they had to make Marathon was because of Sony. Sony was like, "Hey, we want to buy your company, but you can't be a one-trick pony. You can't be a one-game, trick. You got to make another game." So they made Marathon to get bought by Sony. It was a fucking genius. Literally a genius move. But when it comes down to it, when you're a business owner, sometimes you're always going to choose money over success, of growth. Everyone's in a different scenario, Everybody, we're not perfect. We don't make all the right decisions at our jobs, but I feel like Bungie has the tools to make the game survive, and they're just not using them. Well, yeah, Coast, because the only people that are left are the toxic. The only people that are left are the toxic people in this community. People are trying to go in an LFG. Trust me, I get told stories all the time. You're going in and you're trying to learn stuff, and people just don't want to teach. But then they get mad at you when you take too long to do something, and their raid is an hour when it could have been 45 minutes. But really, that person should have just told you, hey, why don't you go stand over there and do this mechanic, and then we're done. I always find it weird, like, I think it's just my boomer ass trying to adapt to how the community is now, not in just gaming, but in life. When I was growing up, if you were afraid of something, your dad would call you a little bitch, and your grandpa would call you a fucking pussy and be like, you need to be a man and suck it up. Face your fears and deal with it. Now people are like so scared to meet friends and talk to people because they're babied, and they're told it's okay to be like that. fuck that, man. Like, dog. I'm sorry, but you know, I was built different, you know. It's like I always say about my elders, you know, my mom, my grandpa, you know, people that are in their 50s and their 60s, they got fucking tiger Terminator blood. Like, they'll break their arm and go to work. They'll be like, fuck it, I gotta go to work. I got bills to pay, you know. Nowadays, kids get fucking in their 20s, you know, or in their teens, you know, they get a paper cut and they're calling off work. Like, it's, but that mentality comes into gaming now because people just don't want to put in no effort. They don't want to make friends. They don't want to use comms. They expect everything to just go first try. If you wipe, they leave. They complain about LFG leaving. They're the fucking problem. The quitters, you know? I can take any 5 people from chat right now and go teach them a raid. I can teach anybody how to play this game. And if I played with that same group every single week, we're going to get better and better and better. People just don't want to put in the work. How is that so fucking hard? How is it so hard to just play with the same group every week and get better? You got to think. What happens when the new raid comes out? We sit in there for 40 hours and we learn it. If you go load up a raid right now and you go do Vault of Glass and you get half of it done in an hour, fuck it. You win. Because you only had an hour to play. What do you do tomorrow? You sign in and you go kill the last 2 encounters. You go do Gatekeeper, you go do Atheon. So now you split your Vault of Glass into 2 nights and you did an hour one night and an hour the other night. You got the same loot. Why is that such a big deal? You know? But people don't want that. Gaming isn't this deep. It really is, though. You just don't know about it. I can tell you right now that I've created, you know, if you're new here, Big Bear AJ, when the game was booming, I had one of the most helpful Discords out there. People were making friends, making their best gaming communities, and we had over 2,000 people in my community clans. I had 20 backpack community clans, and they were all full. People were booming, and they saw the side of the raid and the game where it's nice to be in a community. Hell, some people even got married in my community. When you have that, it goes a long way. But when you're a weirdo and you play a game that requires you to play with other players and you want to be a mute and not use comms and stuff, it's not the game's fault. It's the player's fault. You know? So, a lot of people stop playing Destiny 2 right now because their friends don't play. Are they your IRL friends? Like, if they're people that you text and you talk to all the time, I totally understand that. But if they're just your online gaming friends, dog, delete them off your friends list and move the fuck on. If you really care about Destiny 2 right now and you want to play it, fuck that. Go play it. But find people that want to play the game with you so you can get shit done. Because playing solo is dog shit. This game is terrible solo. It's fucking, like, sure, solo trials, that's a different story. You can go in and you can get participation loot. You'll get tier 5s even if you lose. Fuck it. Do that. But, like, you want to go farm Pinnacle Ops right now? You should be able to sit in Discord or sit in a VC and chit chat and play with your friends and have fun and go do 4-minute Galron farms. And, you know, maybe you want to go do Midtown. But playing with people just makes it cool. Maybe you're on Titan and someone's like, hey, how's that new Worm God stasis build? Is it fun? I was thinking about trying that out. You got a dim link for me? Like, bro, like, I would not play this game if I didn't have friends. I wouldn't. I would uninstall it right now. Or I would actually try and make friends. That's it. Solo's boring. Most games are boring solo. Even if you're playing a solo game. Let's say you're playing like PoE 2. You know, I like playing with people in that game. But let's just say me, OTB_2, and Undertorque are all playing PoE 2. And we're all in the same VC. We're all playing on the same class or something different. We're still just bullshitting in there. We're talking about what's going on. Hey, you guys see Clyde streaming? This guy's a fucking bozo playing Destiny 2. Idiot. While we're over here having fun. Like, you're still in a VC and you're still having a better gaming experience than you are just sitting alone. I think it's cool to sit in VCs in Discord and share your playlist. Share a fucking Spotify playlist and listen to it together. You know, we do that at nighttime. We sit in the Discord and Lana pulls out these banger ass playlists and we sit there and listen to them and we just have fun. Like every night. Like I know you guys can't see. Like I don't think that people can see. Like I don't think that normal people on my server can see the actual shit. But you know, these guys are in here every day. And I usually go in there every night and say what's up. But that's because we got a crew, you know? Like you got to have a crew. There's no excuse for people to not use Discord. Everyone can use it on their cell phone, on their computer, on their console. If it wasn't for Discord, most people wouldn't have their friendships that they have with their community right now. The upgrade to 300 powers Tuesday. You just got to put in a little bit of work. Make some friends. You know? But I'm telling you, start keeping tabs on this. Every time you guys see it in chat, look for it. People say the same shit. They'll be like, hey, I don't play no more because my friends don't play. Watch how much we see that comment. That's all you see. All you see. I don't play no more because my friends don't. Fuck your friends. Make new ones. If you really want to play, you know? Like that's all, like if I wasn't a streamer, if I still wanted to play this game, I'd be. You want to see what's old school Destiny 1 content? We used to just hound people in the tower, hit them up, go down the friends list, see who's got whispers on, you know? Send friend requests, see who needs a body. These two players are just two players. They need a third. Send them a message. Yo, what's good? You guys need a third? Let's do something. I used to do that in D1. What happens if you join up on them? You do something. If they're whack and they're annoying, fucking delete them. Move on. It's that easy. It's that free. Like, you know, hey. Like, see, I'm an asshole. I speak up like that. Like, I used to tell people that in D1. Like, this was like when I first started streaming. I'd play with people and I'd be like live on stream. This was when I had like maybe like 2 viewers. I'd be like, yo, you guys are fucking annoying. Like, how do people play with you? And then like I didn't really understand the Twitch ethic, you know, like what you should say and what you shouldn't say. And then like people started telling me, they're like, you probably shouldn't say that to people you're playing with on stream when you first start out being a streamer. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I'm like, these people are annoying. I'm trying to do a nightfall with them and they're giggling and shit and fucking playing fans in the background and beeping ass smoke alarms. Like, dog, no. Like, no. Like, I'd be calling people out. Like, dude, I used to wake up at 4:30 in the morning and get ready for work, and I'd do a reset Vault of Glass exotic chest right before work. And reset was at like 5 a.m. and I'd hit a reset chest before I went to work at 7. You think at 5 o'clock in the morning I want to deal with fucking weirdos? Nah. Like, I didn't want to do that. I'll do raids since I got ditched on SC day 1. I mean, that sucks. I mean, honestly, you didn't miss nothing because day 1 SE was rough and so was DP. So, what's up, Bandito? Yeah, you got to just remember too. Like, once you find that crew, it's just fun, you know? Like, once you got people to play with, it's good. Trust me, I'd love to start doing raids again on the channel. I'd love to get you guys raiding again, but it's just we're not quite there yet. You know, we're not there on the player base. You know, I could open up raffles and we'd probably have the same 20 people trying to come in the raids. We need the game to do a little bit better for me to do that again. So they make the game better. We got time. I don't mind doing raids here and there. And doing a normal raid or doing an epic raid here and there, but just doing them all the time again, I can't. I can't do it. I thought they fixed the controller console thing to pick up stuff from your vault. Is it broke again? You literally got to use the app? What? Are you fucking joking? I mean, I always use the app anyway, or I use control. I mean, I could do that. Are you guys sure it's not fixed? I think it's fixed. I'm on Xbox. I have no issues. All right, well then what's that guy saying? All right, my bad. Do you feel like you don't like raids because the incentive to the loot is not there? I don't feel. I mean, I don't like doing raid helps anymore because it just got to a point where I was just being used. Like people just came around just because I was doing raid helps, and I'm not being used as a fucking servant, you know. I got tired of people joining raids and not paying attention and just ignoring me when I was going over mechanics. It's like they'd rather just be carried. So those players don't need to be around. They're fucking annoying. It's like, dude, just do the raid a couple times. And like people are, a raid comes out 6 months ago and there's people that don't know how to do it because they're too lazy to watch. Like, dude, just watch a YouTube video when you're taking a shit. Like, you know, or if you know you're about to raid tomorrow, wouldn't tonight be a good excuse to watch a few videos and, you know, see what the raid's about? People don't want to do the research, man. People just want free shit. You know? And it just got bad, you know. That's the problem. And even when I stream raids, if we wipe once or twice, dude, people just get rude and annoying. They're like, Clyde, why are you wiping? Why aren't you using this strat? And I'm like, dude, I'm trying to teach people. Like, I did a 5-hour fucking raid. Me and VC taught 4 people. It was like Cable, Lana, Billy, and Rice. We were trying to teach them epic raid. We taught 4 people how to do the epic raid, and it took us like 5 hours. And we were like trying to have fun, but like, dude, there was like people being annoying. They're like, oh my god, you guys are wiping. I'm like, dude, I'm teaching 4 people how to do the fucking raid. They've never done epic before. Let's be nice. Nah, fuck that. Like, you know. Weirdos, man. Seen this dude on YouTube? What's good? Aside from DP, would you think that putting effort into some of the older raids in dungeon is worth that time? I talked about this earlier. I don't want to go get a Fatebringer for the 10th time. Do I think that the world activities should be in the loot pool for getting your power level up? Yeah. But I don't think that we should let Bungie out on the easy and be able to click on Vaults of Glass and be able to click Customize and be able to put a whole bunch of modifiers on and get a Fatebringer for the 10th time. That is dog shit. People don't want to do it. A lot of the community wants it, but dude, no one's going to do it. They're going to sit on Templar and do Templar checkpoints that takes 2 minutes to do. Let's go back to the old school. The old school Fatebringer helps when people couldn't beat it. Everyone complained that it was too hard. You guys remember when we actually had to fight the Templar and the Templar just didn't fall over? People complained that they couldn't get their Fatebringers. People want Destiny to be like Borderlands where you just one-shot everything. They don't want to try for anything. They just want first Ascendant bosses to fall over in 2 seconds. We don't need that. That's why there needs to be a separation. There needs to be an easy mode and a hard mode. But you need to reward both player bases. That's it. I think they did a fantastic job with the epic raid. I was blown away by the final boss. But the loot incentive for epic raid sucks ass. Oh, Postal. Talking about the broken sword. This, you know, you guys know the quick fang, the slashing, the week of my wedding. I was telling people I was looking for people to raid with on the day 1 raid of epic raid. People were sending me their raid reports where they use the fucking sword to cheese their low mans in flawless raids. And I'm like, you guys don't think I see that stuff? That's why raid reports don't mean anything. Someone could have a really good raid report, but they suck in the raid. Fucking weirdos, man. Exactly. There's no easy way to get tier 4 and tier 5s from the epic raid. Only 10% of less than 10% of the community can do a 3 feet epic raid. I would say 2%. What do you guys think the percent on that? What percent of players in Destiny 2 can do a 3 feet epic raid? I'm thinking like 2%. Not even. They'd have to do token limit, battalions, and phase limit. Maybe less than 1%. I think less than 1. But if they put incentive here, if there was incentive to learn the raid and actually get the loot, people be all over it. You know? Like a badass armor set or, you know, something. Now, don't get me wrong. They did put a really good weapon behind Epic. You guys might not know about it, but this auto rifle is a healing auto rifle. It's the healing frame, and it gives you an overshield as well. Pretty good auto rifle behind Epic Road. You should try and get that. The shotgun's mid, and the GL is decent, but I would definitely just get the auto rifle. Other raid loot, you should definitely get this fusion. It's great with bait and switch reconstruction. Vorpal explosive head combat bow, and this is the Titan Slayer right here, the antidote with rewind target lock. So I don't think I kept any of the cusps. I could see. Oh wait, I did keep some. My bad. Do you want me to shoot it? Sure. Let me see what rolls I got. Repulsor, attrition with withering, repulsor with healing. I don't think I've ever shot this thing either. Easy solution. Epic raid drops tier 4s and tier 5. Feats increase the number of drops per encounter. I still don't think that's enough. I still don't think that's enough to get people into doing it. Yeah, the explore mode, the tutorials were really good in Red of the 9. I'm surprised they didn't do it with Desert Perpetual. I thought they said it was going to be on the raids. D1 did this funny thing where if you wanted to reach max light, you had to do the hard stuff. Yeah, I know, right? Can I just shoot some random blueberry? Wonder if I can heal them. Yeah, this is normal shot. Shoots pretty good. It's a solid RPM. But let me fill the charge up real quick. I gotta kill the ads first. This would be pretty good with like repulsor maybe. Hey, Blueberry, come here. Yeah. You like that? Yeah, I'm hooking you up with that overshield, right? Go slay, gamer. Don't shoot me. Go get him. I believe in you. Can you get repulsor stabilizing on it? I think you can, yeah. Here's repulsor, and I think I saw destabilizing on my other. Yeah. Yep. No, I don't use support frames. I never use these fucking things. Well, what's nice is a lot of you don't know this. Let me again. This is where you guys are gonna laugh your ass off. Epic raid loading in. That was very nice of Benny to gift me $200. I love that guy. I hope you guys don't mind my yap session today. Sorry, I just wanted to hang out and talk. Yap away? Okay. I just gotta clear these ads real quick so they don't fuck me up. The more I use this exotic, by the way, this thing's fucking nuts, bro. You get so much super energy, it's insane. I feel like they did that on purpose just to be like, hey, use this weapon because it's the most super energy possible. You know? Alright. So a lot of you don't even know that this exists. I can focus any raid weapon I want and armor. Most of you don't even know this exists. If I want to start this raid and I want a chance at the AR, I'll keep it on the AR. After I finish the first encounter, I can come here and be like, you know what? I don't want the AR anymore. I want the GL now. I want the GL. So bang, switch to GL. And then I beat the next encounter and I come back here and I go, I want the rocket. Most of you don't even know this exists though. Because this is tied behind having to do both quests in the normal raid and the epic raid. It should be opened up a lot easier for the public so that everybody knows about this to encourage people for replayability on the raid. So you have to do the quest for normal and epic to unlock this. Stupid. It should be easily accessible for everybody so people can have more fun farming the shit. You know. Didn't even do the epic raid yet. I would do it. Last time I checked, when I beat the epic raid the week it launched, I did the contest clear. When I claimed the raid seal, this raid seal, it was like 500 people in the world had it. And I was just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, that's such a low number. And I was just like so shocked. But yeah, I mean, it's just crazy because like I praised everybody to play as a group before Edge of Fate launched, and then Edge of Fate launched and it turned into a solo game. I'm like, motherfucker, did I really get shit on for that one? But it's just so hardening. Like, as someone who just taught raids for many, many years, I mean, most of you in chat, I probably was your first raid. You know, I was your cherry popper. And I hear people now saying they just don't raid because they're too scared to ask for help and get taught mechanics. And they're so worried about wiping the team and being the burden, and if they wipe more than once, it's their fault. Like, just sucks, man. Like, I feel bad for people. Scared to do Salvation's Edge? Why's that? Mechanics and wiping the team by accident? Yeah, I mean, who cares though? How long have I played D2? Just on Steam? I've got 11,890 hours. I would say total time on Destiny over 20,000. It's not that. Whoever wants to do raids, they want it done fast and kick anyone who holds them back. Yep. Done like 4 raids total. See, that's what I'm saying. You guys are missing out. I feel like so many people don't play the end game and don't do raids. They're missing out on so much content. Hear me out. They doubled down on the solo play by incorporating a solo roguelike mode like Mega Bonk. People have always asked for like roguelites and Destiny, or I mean that's kind of what Nether is, let's be honest. Nether and Reclaim, you can get unlocks and become stronger and get buffs, you know. It's kind of dog shit. Nether was terrible. Think Bungie could incentivize people helping by other giving bonuses when you have a player who hasn't cleared it on your team? People would just cheese that and make new accounts. But not all of us get invited to do a raid. That's true, Mike. But I mean, I could show you how to LFG something and get into a raid and really quickly. You know, you just gotta you gotta ask for the help. People that are watching on TikTok, you guys could come over to the Twitch chat and start making friends in Twitch chat more, because that's where we're more involved, and you know, you can find Destiny players to help you, vice versa, back and forth. You know, a lot of people are scared to ask in chat. It's like, I know some streamers crack down on it, but if you really need help with something, you could ask, you know. We had a discussion today, Jordan. A lot of people said, "Oh, we just need a new game." I think we need Destiny 3, but we also need Destiny 2 to survive while waiting for D3. Because if that's the case, if people don't care, then shut the fucking servers off, you know. But if they plan on leaving the D2 stream servers on while we're waiting for D3, they need to update it and give people some sort of content. Can't just abandon it, you know. But I would be down if they were like, hey, we'll give you everything you ever wanted, we'll give you the perfect game, but D2's gonna suck for the next 2 years. Fuck it, I'm in. I'm totally down for that. But other people won't like that, but I'm down for it, you know. Why am I not 550? Well, I'm 529 and I'm waiting for Tuesday to get my last 20 power level, because waiters win and Bungie's giving us an easier grind on Tuesday. Waiters always win. You're saying like rewarding people that teach others how to play the game? Yeah, I mean, people should just do that, period, you know? Like, if people really want to find other players to game with, they'll just be nice and, you know. At this point, the question is, why do you need to be 550? I don't, but I'm like 20 power level away, so I might as well just wait. And then the one benefit of being 550 in Guardian rank 11, everything's tier 5. You'll never get like tier 4s ever again. And when events are going on, you can actually like people that are power level 550 and Guardian rank 11, they can get arms weak tier 5 weapons without even playing the game. So once I hit 550, I'll do this on stream, and you guys will be able to get a kick out of it. I'll do this ultimate conquest node to where we can't die. Pretty much, if you die, you gotta go to orbit and restart. So we'll do that and get Guardian rank 11 this week, and yippee, you know. I've asked for help many times from people and nobody ever does. Well, I mean, have you tried LFG? I hate Avalon. Good luck. Be alright. This is the build. I mean, I'm gonna run the Stasis Titan, so it should be alright. A little bit of consecration should be free. Might fuck it up a couple times, but we'll be alright. Forever with D3 is the same that it'll be from D2. Would be making that game little to no faith. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, even if Bungie said that they're like, hey, we're making D3, some of the people in the community will just say it's dead on arrival, you know? You have no idea what that means? LFG, looking for group. So if you're looking for people to play with, you can use Fireteam Finder, doing dungeons or raids, or you can join a Discord and find people to play with. There's an LFG Discord. There's LFG on Bungie.net. There's a lot of tools you can use to find people to play with. My Discord's legit, but it's definitely not like it used to be. People are definitely not playing in there as much, but people do talk a lot. Before, God, I think the most I've seen so many active players at once, I think the most was 396 players playing at once. That was insane. That was back in the glory days. How much do I love Bungie right now on a scale of 1 to 10? I'm going to be nice here because I haven't seen all the stuff for Renegades, so I'll give them a 4. But if Renegades is dog shit, 2. They neutered the Bungie LFG? Why's that? They're going to release the red subclass with Jedi powers? Oh, God. All right. I think we got enough yapping today. I'm going to go chill, see what's going on for dinner, and watch some football. I'm going to watch the Sunday night football game. I will be back tomorrow. We will, I don't know what the fuck we're going to do tomorrow, but I promise I won't sit here and yap. I'll do something. We made a YouTube video today. We're gonna get it up tomorrow, so there will be a YouTube video for you guys to watch tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be back. I'll think of something to do tomorrow. We'll do some sort of activities. I don't know. I just don't want to do too much tomorrow because Tuesday we get the changes, so I'll think of something. I'll figure it out. Maybe we'll play around on the Warlock more tomorrow with the turret builds or controversy or something. I don't know. Can't do it anymore. You're level 536. I'm sure you'll get the last 14 power. You'll be alright, Chris. Yeah, Warlock's a lot of fun right now. Alright, y'all. I had fun talking to you guys. Thanks for the subs today. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for bullshitting. Thanks for the donos. A couple people dono. Benny with the big dono. Peacecraft. Thanks for all the hype on TikTok and YouTube. Everyone hanging out. Twitch. Love you guys. We'll be alright. We'll be alright. We got Warframe sponsorship this week. We got Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship, so we're gonna be doing some of that stuff. You guys might see me playing Warframe for one day. So, other than that, we'll just stick it out and see what Bungie says. I mean, they got to bring up something this week, right? They got to talk to us. Enjoy your day. Not gonna lie, it was kind of weird to take the weekend off and then just come back today and chill. So I'm not used to taking the weekends off, so like I said, it's kind of nice to get a little bit of free time. So got to watch some good college football yesterday. That's all that matters. One thing I did notice yesterday, that my team is the best team in the fucking nation. So go Buckeyes. Penn State fucking stinks. Michigan's dog shit. Couldn't even win last night. And Oklahoma couldn't beat fucking Texas. So a lot of shit upsets yesterday. So I can't believe Oregon lost. Go Bucks, baby. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. Love you guys. Peace. Later.